Ah, there we go. All right, let's get this warmed up. Let's get things moving in the right direction here, right? Let's talk about that. Here we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is July 25th, 2025. It's the .NET Aspire Bootcamp here, live on stream. How you doing? My name is Jeff Fritz. Yes, we're going to spend a full day talking about Aspire, talking about what this thing is, how we can use it, how we can add it to our existing applications, how we can use it to deploy our applications, and so much more. We're going to do a little warm up here for the next 20 minutes or so before we get officially started at the top of the hour. Just a little bit of shaking things out and getting things started here. Let me say hello to you out there in the chat room. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. I've got the messages appearing from you right over here. Let me catch up and say hello to some of our friends that are out here watching. C Sharp Titan, good evening to you in Melbourne, Australia. How you doing there? Yep, the Hatbot is running, and I do like the we are word mark here, kind of sharing it out that we're working together. We are more than just our individual selves here. Billy Cool, how you doing there? With the big wave, good to see you. Marco Weniker, thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate the support of the channel. NYC.net is watching over on YouTube. How you doing there? Our friends in New York City. Hello, hello. Happy time zone to you, Napalm Codes. Merry Daylight Savings? I don't think we're on Daylight Savings, right? That's not a thing right now. Let's do this, John. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. You're going to see some ad messages go scrolling by here in the chat. We've got some support, some promotional help coming in from some of our sponsors that are also going to be giving away prizes. There's a swag bag. I think the swag bag. Do I have? I think I still have the message. Let me see. These are the things I want to make sure I have ironed out before we get into the core segment of the stream here, because I'm not going to be paying attention. I've got other things to work through. Let me take a look at the timers. There should be a... Yep, we need to turn on the sample code timer and make sure that has the correct link. And there is a new link. You'll see it down below in the About section on Twitch, in the description if you're watching on YouTube. And I'm just updating this. Follow along and learn how to, how to bring Aspire to your next application. There we go. And so sample code messages are going out. Yeah, let's update this one with the information about the bootcamp. Oh, shoot, I didn't update the bit.ly. I can update the bit.ly. I don't have the appropriate link for that one. I need to grab that and get that loaded in. And then we should be good for all of our messages that are coming and going here on stream. Yeah. Let me continue catching up here. Weird Beard Dev, how you doing there? Patty Boy, hello to you in Glasgow. Carl Codes, how's it going there? Yep, got the hat command that's running. Smab, how's it going? Traverse City, Michigan, how's it going there? Lou the Dragon in Pueblo, Colorado. Elias Myers, how you doing in London, Kentucky? I do have the map running. I'll pivot over there and we'll take a look. John's watching from the Chicago suburbs. How's it going? Throwing a cup of coffee to charge you up. Thank you. Thank you. Plenty of coffee to be flowing here. And getting us started with a question here. Can you make a mobile app with Aspire? Yes. That's not the focus of today's stream, but yes. And I'll show you how you can plug in some of that when we get a little bit later, remind me about that, and we'll pivot and drop that into. We'll go off script a little bit and get that loaded in. David Smith, how you doing in Cincinnati there? Robson Previato, how's it going there? Is it Dig Vijay? VJ? Dig VJ? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Hey, how you doing? Jay Tandon, how's things there in Manchester? Slateboard, you're heading home in about 20 minutes? You're not going to miss anything. You're going to be in great shape. Mullen, how you doing in Connecticut? Joining us. Code with Sean in Tulsa. Thanks so much. Patty Boy asking, will this be an 8-hour John like last week? That's right. I appreciate our European friends learning the lingo. Learning John here for me. Thank you. Yes. This will be in roughly 8 hours. There's actually, I put more into this one. This was originally designed to be an 8-module workshop, and I got a little carried away and extended it. It was already extended out to 10, and I extended it even further to 13. So there are 13 modules. We're going to go through and focus on some of them more than others, but there's all kinds of topics in there that you can take, you can work on your own. There's a complete version. I don't know if the complete version has everything from the last 3 modules, but there is a complete instance that shows you here's how all the things are configured. And well, I'll show you around that source code as we get into it. It's Matt, not Tim. How you doing in Knoxville? M. Pulowski's watching in Marysville, Washington. Thank you so much for tuning in so early in the morning over there. It's quite nice this morning, says Alou the Dragon. Got to drive an Aston Martin at a car show. Nice. A.E. Findlay, how's it going in Maryland? There you go, in my neck of the woods. Thank you so much. Europeans should also learn yins and nat. No, sorry. Those Pittsburgher things can stay on the western side of the state. Is there a repo that goes along with it? Yes. There is a repo. And I believe the sample command will give you a link. There you go. We'll give you a link to that source code. It's also in the About section just below on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, it's linked in the description just below as well. That's right. We got Cleveland and Western PA watching. How's it going? David watching on YouTube. There we go. You appreciate the workshop, says C# Titan. Always love learning new coding techniques. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. You got laid off this week. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh, that's terrible. More time for personal and Unity projects. Cool. Have I heard of Z-Link? I think I know what you're referring to. But go ahead and remind us. Let me get some music playing in the background to get us started here. Let's start here. Echoes of Time. This is from the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist. You'll see the song list appearing right up there. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com to hear more in different genres that we're going to be keeping in the background today. Yeah, there we go. Mom's here. Oh my gosh. Look, even Mom wants to be in the workshop. How you doing, Mom? Look at that right there. Thank you so much for tuning in. How's it going, Mom? Value type version of Link. Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to chime in with. Yes. So let me put up the map to share here while we're chatting a little bit on stream, getting things ready. Not streambeats.net, streambeats.com. Streambeats.net is a paid service. That is not the folks that are presenting this music. Okay, streambeats.com has a link to the track files, has a link to the playlist on Spotify and Apple Music. So don't get tricked up there on the different services. So lots of folks watching from the States this morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. A couple folks from Europe. I know we've got some other European friends watching. When you want to chime in, and if you would like to share a little bit of information about where you're watching, we'll drop a pin on the map here. Yes, their site is under construction, and it's been under construction for a long time. But the playlists on Spotify and Apple Music are very much up to date with hundreds of songs. There are 186 songs on this playlist that lasts 7 hours and 21 minutes. And we're going to go through all of it. So, there we go. We got some friends chiming in. Thank you so much for sharing your locations. And like I said, you can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you'd like. And really appreciate. And clearly, we're not too serious about the pin locations, putting a giant hat image as a reference to the locations that you share here on the map. So, Rasmus, how you doing in Denmark? So there is a little bit of throttling on loading of some locations. So it will take a second or two and load those locations up. We got a couple folks from Sao Paulo watching. Thank you so much. Patty Boy with 5 gift subs into the Twitch channel. Thank you so much for that support. 5 gift subs going out to Cornelius. Is it Alex Fuentes? Odie Zat, Boomer Tester Live, A.E. Finley. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you out there on the subscriptions. Thank you so much for that support. That is phenomenal. Thank you. It didn't plot the Denmark location. Sometimes it doesn't find all the locations out there. Nico sharing in Argentina. How you doing? Where is Charlie? Charlie's here. Charlie's running in the background so that we can I can particularly manage and collect messages and catch up here. Carl asks, can we follow along offline? Yes, you can follow along offline. This is recorded and will be available from YouTube after the event. So, yeah, streambeats.com is the one. What I'm told is that the giveaways from last week's workshop, they're just gathering together with this week's, and they're going to send them all out together, is what I've been told. So that's what's going on there. Mr. Connor in the Republic of Ireland. Yeah, we got you. We got you on the map there. Let me see here. Weird Beard Dev in Virginia Beach. Something's rotten in Denmark. I see what you're trying to do there, CTI Geek. And Alessandro in Parana, Brazil. Oh my goodness. Now, it should pick up some more of these. The Democratic Republic of the Congo. Really? Your daily stand-up blockers meeting? I see. So, it's not detecting all of these locations for some reason. And if I take a peek in here at the logs, yeah, it didn't pick up York in the Dominion of Canada. Wasn't able to find that. Wasn't able to find Democratic Republic of the Congo. That's weird. That one should be picked up. Yeah. No results found is really what I'm looking for in the logs here. No, not new. No. There we go. It didn't find Glasgow either. That's weird, because it usually finds it. Oh, you know what? It's because it pulled in the rest of the sentence is what's going on there. So PowerShell Freak, how's it going there in Deutschland? How you doing there? And you're seeing some of the clustering happen here. Uh-oh. There we go. Fantastic. Getting a little bit more clustering happening because we got folks in similar areas. Yeah, unhandled error, I'm not sure. How's this map being powered? This is being run with Leaflet. And as folks mention, you know, hello from a location, good morning, good afternoon from some location, it grabs that location from chat and bounces it off of a geolocation service to generate some coordinates that get sent over to the map. So, that's pretty cool. I do enjoy using that. So we've been building and growing this. I've got some ideas about how to improve this that we're going to go into. John, how you doing in South Africa? There, we got a pin for South Africa. Yep, built with Aspire. The workshop not quite started yet. We're going to get into. We're going to start the workshop in earnest here in the next 5 minutes or so. What were the reasons for changing from OpenStreetMap? So the layer is OpenStreetMap. Leaflet is the it is the tool that's rendering the OpenStreetMap what's it called? Tiles. That's what I was trying to remember. Yes, I am using the Nominatum, the OpenStreetMap API service to go and look up locations. This is using Leaflet with Blazor. There's a Leaflet Blazor component. I'm not thrilled with it. I'm going to be taking some steps to improve and yeah, step away from that and use something slightly different. Oh my goodness, how you doing there, DVS Dean in Indianapolis for the Indy 500? The Brickyard race is coming up here, isn't it? Isn't that the next week or two? That's coming up, right? All by your lonesome in Melbourne? Yeah, that one little hat there. It is late in the evening in Australia. Scott's tuning in from Perth, Australia. Now, why didn't it pick up Perth? Like, it should have found Perth, but not showing it. I am Tibis. How you doing there in Slovakia? Kanank in India. Yeah, we got some pins for Chennai here. Sound gone? No, I'm still broadcasting here. You're trying to write your own, a lot more difficult. Yeah. I am Tibis. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciate. Did we get there? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Melbourne, Antarctica. You're trying to mess with the locations here. There we go. We got another Melbourne. We got somebody in Mexico. Trying something new, tinkering with a combination of Kotlin and Vue. Okay. Is it Japan? 3582 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. We might have a few folks watching from Lancaster, and it's the grouping here that it's doing. I'm not a fan of that. The way that it's the way that I have it currently coded. When I zoom in, I'd like it to break out that spider and show more of those. So we'll get there. Yeah, it is a Mercator projection map where Alaska is bigger than all of the rest of the United States. It's not quite right. And Greenland is bigger than Africa. Like, that's not really a thing. It's a Mercator projection is what it's called. And the continents, the land masses on the edges of the map are significantly larger than they actually are. So, how you doing there? C410 in New Hampshire. Combine that with a greeting. Don't just say some location here. Say, right, if you share a location by saying something like hello from or good morning from, it will grab that location and plot it. Still shouldn't show those locations twice. Well, I mean, it is a globe. I mean, right? So it does wrap around. So there we go. Just done. Iax, how you doing? We got a Poland pin there. So yeah, let me run the map tour for a little bit while we're talking. Jimmy's here from Apex, North Carolina. Hello. We should see it. Try to plot that in a second. Fort Worth, Texas, where Kylek is. So it should be queuing those up here while we're going through, but I don't see it actually. Yep, it did get those locations. I think there's something with the Blazor connection where it didn't push it through. Does the Aspire dashboard display Docker containers, and can you manage them from there? Yes, and you're going to see a lot of that. A lot of that from today as we get into this. So there we go. Yeah, it didn't refresh. Come on now. I know there's more locations. So, yeah, it's a work in progress. We'll get it. Hello from Indianapolis, Indiana. I think, did it get that one? No, it didn't find Indianapolis. Interesting. Why wouldn't it find Indianapolis? Wow. Take care, Svekos. Thanks so much. We are just across. So I've got some work to do to improve this. And like I said, I want to get the spider view where these break out and you can see the individual locations that they're grouped on. But it's clearly missing a couple of them now. And it couldn't find Indianapolis for some reason. Yep, it says it got Fort Worth. Yeah, I see. I think that's Fort Worth in there, right? Yeah, that looks in the area of Fort Worth. Indianapolis only exists while the races are on. Oh, the spelling. Could be the spelling, but the grouping is kind of overwhelming it, right? So just placed another pin for London. How you doing there? Is it Secrius? How you doing? Yep, we got Carlisle, UK in there. Look at all our European friends lighting up. So the Web Mercator projection covers only latitudes between -85 and 85. So no representation for South Pole. Yeah, if you scroll down here, it kind of cuts off. And it's weird. The South Pole is just massive. Antarctica. The Antarctic continent down there at the bottom. But it's fun to share and talk about this. So let me come back over to the questions over here. I do need to get that sign up link. Stand by. Let me take a look at this. The sign up link. I still have the one for last week's workshop here. I think it's just about the same. Yeah, it's just about the same URL. So I will paste that in. Cool. That'll work. And that should be activated now. So there is a sign up. You'll see the message go by every now and again. If you'd like a chance to win one of several swag bags that are available that contain a bunch of Amazon gift cards. Anybody can sign up. Just fill out the form, and you'll have a chance to win one of it's 10 swag bags that have $150 in prizes inside of it. Yep, good. That's the way that I want to show that. There we go. So I want to make sure that I thank the folks that are helping present and share information about today's stream. That's the wrong URL. Let me change the URL that's there. And I didn't bit.ly-ify it. That's okay. So, yeah, click that one. There you go. That link will run by in chat so that you can click through and get to that. I did just drop it there in chat so that you can connect and go find it. Thank you so much to these organizations: Progress Teller, Growth Acceleration Partners, Dev Express, Particular Software, Sync Fusion, and Iron Software for their support of both of our workshops. The AI workshop we did last week, and today the Aspire workshop that we're going to do, where we're going to talk about, learn about .NET Aspire and all the cool things that we can do with that today. So let me head back over to chat over here. I want to make sure, if you have questions, I want to make sure that I touch on a couple things here. If you have questions that about, hey, how does this work? How do we do certain things? What's interesting? What's compelling? Ask your questions, your follow-up questions in chat. Drop your question. Make sure it ends with a question mark, or you use my screen name, C# Fritz, in chat, okay? If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, it doesn't matter. If you ask a question in chat and you have a question mark in the markup there, the bot will grab that question and put it in the queue to ensure that I answer it here live on screen as we're going along. Because there's stuff that's going to be going by in chat, and I'm going to miss some of the messages that go by, and that's okay. I want to make sure that your questions, though, the things that you want to know about so that you can be successful with .NET Aspire, get picked up and addressed as we're going through the day. All right? So, let's get into this. Let's kick this off. Yeah, there's the reminder from Stream Elements telling you how the question queue works. Joining all the way from Nigeria. Oh my goodness. Fantastic. Great to see you. Let me see. Yeah, that should have plotted Nigeria on the map. Yep, we got that one. Yep, all squared away there. Fantastic. All right, let's dive into this. A couple folks from Texas there. Thank you. Appreciate you tuning in. We got 49 locations shared on the map at this point. Yeah, I'll come back and show that in a little bit. Yes, C# Titan, we'll get into that. There is a container lifetime directive that you can pass into .NET Aspire. You're fighting certs today, Chris Funk? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to leave that message pinned here, C# Titan. It's actually, what you're asking about is actually covered later in the workshop. There is a segment that's specifically covering that and focuses on those topics, managing the life cycle of containers. So I'm going to start. Yeah, I'm going to start with some slides to just set the groundwork, set some tone around what .NET Aspire is, and dive in and talk about more of the purpose, the how, the why, and address those questions, because quite literally the biggest questions we get about .NET Aspire, the feedback, the criticism that we hear is, you built a thing that doesn't have a purpose. You built a thing that nobody wants to use, that nobody needs to use. And I can tell you, in interacting and working with some of our first party users, right? And first party are the folks at Microsoft that use our products, right? They're our first party support, right? If you work in an IT department for your company, your first party support are the folks inside your company that use your software, right? So when you hear Microsoft folks talk about first party, those are other Microsoft employees that are using the tools, the frameworks, the libraries. So we want to make sure that you feel that same joy and insight that they're reporting back and swear by now that they use .NET Aspire. So let me head over and we'll start talking through and getting into some of the who, how, the why, the what. I've already given you some of those links. So .NET allows you to build anything with this ultimate cross technology stack platform. You want to build for the cloud, you want to build desktop apps, mobile apps, games, IoT devices, you want to build AI apps. There are a ton of tools. We support all the major operating systems, and it's a fantastic ecosystem of packages, GitHub capabilities, integrations, tools, vendors, like some of the folks that you see mentioned here in chat today. And I see a couple folks in chat saying, we swear by .NET Aspire now. So beer up. Yes, absolutely. Space Shot says, the moment I didn't need to open multiple instances of Visual Studio or run this service first, then this one, then that one, I realized Aspire was not something, quote, no one needs. That's right. Warcaster, all of their projects use .NET Aspire, and they're retrofitting it into older projects as we go. That's awesome to hear, Warcaster. Thank you for sharing that. So every app that we've run into, we've talked to folks about, that we've supported, we've inspected and helped folks with, we know, right? We as a technology set of program managers and engineers, we know that every app needs observability. We need logging. We need metrics coming out so that we know what's going on inside of our applications. We want resiliency. If something happens and there's pressure on that application, we want that application to be able to withstand those interactions. If it gets knocked down for some reason, we want it to be able to stand back up. And we want our applications to be scalable. It was one thing back in 2000, 2001, when you needed a second instance of your application, you needed to order a server, have it delivered, and at some point over the weekend, configure that server, get it on the rack, get it connected to your other servers, and now you've got two instances. Now in 2025, not only do we have sliders on our cloud services that allow us to increment and say, give me more instances of my application, give me larger instances of my application, but we can programmatically do that and scale as we feel pressure. That's massive for the ability for us to think and grow and handle those additional workloads that arrive because we're successful and more customers want to use our applications. And of course, our applications need to be manageable, right? You want other ways to control, start and stop, and interact with them and be able to send in messages for it to do different things so that from outside the application, you can control and influence and maintain your applications. It's a lot that all of our applications need. .NET 9 includes a lot of these features. We had these features in .NET 8. We built on them in .NET 9, adding new capabilities. I'm not going to go through each one of these things. .NET 9's been around for almost a year. There are tremendous capabilities in .NET to support those requirements. But it's still not easy. Achieving those 4 tenets is complex. How do I do logging? I want to do distributed tracing. How do I do that? How do I share that stuff? Where do I log things? I want to be able to dive into that after there's an application crash and see what happened. The getting started process. What's involved in just starting up and introducing these concepts into my application systems? Because we're not just talking about, hey, I'm running a website or I'm running a desktop application. It connects into a server somewhere, a database somewhere. How do we get all those things connected so that they can discover each other and work together in this new world quickly and efficiently without having to become networking experts? There are so many choices of ways to get these things set up. Do I use containers? Do I use Docker? Do I use Podman? Do I stand up and deploy multiple servers? How do I get these pieces to fit together? There's so many different things. Do I use Kubernetes? Do I use Docker Compose? What makes sense? What's the paved path that I can follow that's a stone cold great set of examples and tools that's going to make me successful day one? That's going to allow me to do things that make me productive and I immediately see returns on, right? That's a big deal. And that's where .NET Aspire comes in, right? .NET Aspire is a stack. It's not just a library. It's not an application framework that you need to upgrade to. It is a series of libraries and tools that you can add to your existing applications to help you build observable, production-ready, and distributed applications. Now, we'll get into what some of those things mean in just a second. Let me pause for a second here and catch up just a second on chat. There are a couple of items here that I do want to make sure that I address. Let me start here with this question from Patty Boy. Can Aspire be added to legacy applications like .NET Framework apps, for instance? .NET Aspire can be added to applications that run in many different frameworks. The .NET team is not working to enable .NET Framework as part of that effort. However, they are enabling and encouraging folks in the community to build and enable this. .NET Framework is done. There are no further investments that are being done to add new capabilities to .NET Framework. It's being maintained and updated with things that need to be done to support Windows. So right now, .NET Aspire is not a priority for the .NET team to get running with .NET Framework. We want to encourage you to use the latest versions of .NET because they're more secure, they're faster, they run in so many places, you get to work with containers. It's a better experience that you're going to have working with .NET 9 and soon .NET 10. So thanks so much for the question, Patty Boy. Let me continue scrolling through here. I see a couple of additional items here. Let me go to this one from, is it Mady Matur? I'm new to Kubernetes and Aspire is really cool. I use it as a base for every project I create. That's awesome. I miss kind of how to deploy. Will I cover current options for deploying the multi-service application, for example, to Kubernetes? I will show you how to use the tool that's currently available. It's called Aspirate. I will show you how to get it and how you can get that connected into your application. However, the Aspirate tool is being merged into a series of features for .NET Aspire that we've talked about in the last release or two of .NET Aspire. A new feature that's coming that's still in that alpha phase called publishers. And publishers will allow you to declare and publish to a Kubernetes cluster, generate all the assets you need to be able to make that work. That feature, like I said, isn't ready yet, so I'm not going to show that, but I will show you how to find Aspirate, how to run it, and that will get you most of the way here. You're going to want to use the publishers feature as that's ready over the next release or two, leading into .NET 10. So, thanks for the question. Really appreciate that. Continuing scrolling through my queue here. Are there best practices developers need to when building with Aspire? Not specifically. We'll see some discussion around how to use .NET Aspire features and add on and do some more intermediate to advanced things as we get into this. Let me go to this question from Secrius. How do you use Open Telemetry with Aspire? It's built in. It's built in. It comes in the box. We'll see how you can add. It's in, I think it's the 7th or 8th module. You'll see how you can add additional custom logging that uses Open Telemetry, how to add additional custom metric reporting using Open Telemetry, and how they appear on the Aspire dashboard. We're going to see the Aspire dashboard here in just a few minutes, and we'll learn how the Aspire dashboard makes Open Telemetry work for everybody on your developer workstation. Additionally, I'll show you where the hooks are so that you can hook up an Open Telemetry collector and publish out to Prometheus or SolarWinds or Datadog, those services that do the enterprise grade Open Telemetry logging. So thanks so much for the question. We'll get into that. We'll touch on that in a little bit here. That is absolutely on the agenda here. Can you use Aspire within Aspire? You can use YARP within Aspire, but that's a completely different discussion. You're eager to hear more about everything? Awesome. Love hearing the excitement. All right. Let me continue here, and we'll talk a little bit more about what this means and how to grow this a little bit. So for folks who haven't seen Aspire, let's talk about who should use it and should I use it. If you're building a website, a storefront website like this, Aspire is really going to help you, because whether it's very simple or it's very complex, Aspire is going to be able to help you. So when you're thinking about just starting that application, right? Starting to build a website, and you've got that very basic configuration, you start off with some sort of a web application. I would build a web application with Blazor. You might build it with Node. You might build it with PHP. All fine examples, tools that you can use to build and start your web app, but you're probably going to connect to a data source, right? And you're going to want to deploy that to some sort of a server somewhere, maybe to a nice cloud service, but you have those two resources as part of your application that you need to manage. Managing that is where Aspire is going to come in and help make that easier. And then you're going to grow your application and put some sort of an API in front of that database. And that database, that data store, may grow from being just as simple as a series of JSON files on disk to maybe a database like Postgres with an API in front of it that has all kinds of features. Hey, for my storefront, I need to get folks' identity, handle logins, authorization capabilities, share the catalog, manage orders, a shopping basket, right? Manage payments. And you're growing your application, adding these features. How do you do that in a way that maintains that consistent path forward without losing a bit of what makes you the experts in your application? Growing that. And then it's going to grow even further at some point and get as complex as something like this, where you might have multiple client apps out there, a mobile app, a web app that's running in the browser that connects over to a website. You have a mobile API out here. Those connect into some inner collection of microservices that interact in a payment processor service that's living out somewhere else. These things all get coordinated and orchestrated with an event bus, and maybe you connect out to some AI services to do some processing, some product suggestion, some other interactions there. And you also want some admin services out there that are going to allow you to pass some information back into another application that you use to monitor and manage what's going on out there. You want to have some observability. You want to take a look at the logs and the metrics and see what's going on, how your application is responding, how many users are on your website and interacting, and what kind of experience are they having. All of these are things that you need to do and work with to grow here. You love Aspire's promise, says the point logic, but I feel that it's still quite complex. No, it's not the point logic, and you're going to see it here in a little bit. Am I going to show how to deploy SQL Server? We're going to use Postgres, but it's the same thing. It's the same concept. What does BFF stand for? Back end for front end. So, can Aspire be used with WinUI? Yes, Aspire can be used with executable applications. Yep. Not big friendly framework, no. Turn the out volume up, please. Quite literally, I'm at negative 10 decibels on my meter here. You can turn up the volume on Twitch. That is something that's right there. It's over there on the video. You can grab that and drag that up if you'd like, and it can get very loud. So, all right, let me continue here. So, this is the thing that I want to make sure, to the comment we had just a little bit ago. All scales of applications work with .NET Aspire. Even just a single web project you can use and gain value from .NET Aspire. All right? So we will see that as we grow and work with our demo here. So there we go. I got some moderation friends coming in. Maui Blazor Hybrid with .NET Aspire. You can do that. Yeah, you can't turn down the neighbor's leaf blower. So, including CI, yes. .NET Aspire can help you with CI. We're going to see some integration testing capabilities later. And if you ask nicely, maybe we can show a little bit of Playwright working with Aspire. That's not in the workshop, but remind me and we can sneak some of that in later. So, I mentioned what this is, right? Cloud-ready stack for building observable, production-ready applications, and it does it with these 6 sets of features. You're going to have smart defaults to build your applications and have default connections and capabilities that are going to be enabled in your .NET applications to start. You're going to have a developer dashboard that gives you that rich insight into what's going on inside the system. Orchestration, managing how the applications start and communicate with each other using service discovery. It's a pain in the neck to have to share and pass around passwords and domain names and ports and all those things. You're going to see how .NET Aspire makes service discovery a snap. We're going to have great integrations for you that allow you to connect to all kinds of services, all kinds of capabilities, bring them into your .NET Aspire system so that you have great capabilities that grow with your application. And right here, that last pill, we're going to enable deployment and make that really easy for you to do with a set of prescribed standards and we're also going to enable your existing deployment strategies. We're not going to modify those at all. You can still deploy the same way that you'd like. All right. So, let's take a look at the initial app that we're going to be using for the workshop. That's the wrong URL because I have an updated version of it here. Look at all the pins on the map. Oh my goodness, that's great. Now we got the Florida pins showing up. Terrific. So let's get in. Let me get some things set up here, and we'll take a look at the initial content for the workshop. If you go to the Start folder, and I'm going to use Visual Studio Code for a bit of the workshop today to enable and show some of that cross-platform capability. Everything that we're doing today works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. There is no requirement to be using a different or a specific operating system. All that you need is you need Docker running on your developer workstation and the .NET SDK, the command line interface. Other than that, you're good. You can work with this. There are 2 projects in our initial application here, and some of you have seen this demo several times. I like going back to this demo because I think this is a very cool demo that's easy to share and makes this easy to work with. You're getting a invalid click-through. That is a public repository. Where? No, that one's the sign up is working. And the link from Stream Elements is working as well. So the growth acceleration link, no, that one's working for me. You're right. That there's an extra slash in that one. Let me change that real quick before we get too far into the demos here. Yeah, there's a missing space there. There we go. That should be cleaned up now. All right. All right, let's take a look at this. So, this is right. This is an API and a website, and in order for me to run this, I actually need to run 2 applications because the website is going to put together and show a weather report for various locations across the United States. So let me actually set up 2 consoles here so we can see both. This one I'm going to drop into the API, and I'm going to .NET run the API. And over here, I'm going to drop into the website, My Weather Hub, and I'm going to .NET run that one. Now, I can click through and see at the address that I navigated to, right? There's an API here, and I believe it's right Open API. Or is it V1 Open API JSON? V1 Open API JSON. Nope, that's the wrong address. The API is running out here at this address, but the website, right, is over here. Let me grab that. It opened on a different area of my screen. There we go. And this is querying and bringing data back from that API, and it's showing me here the results of a query out to the National Weather Service. And this is using a Blazor quick grid, so I can filter here. I saw we had a bunch of our friends from Florida, so let's filter to Florida. And I'm just going to pick a random location. Osceola. Yep, there we go. And there's the forecast for Osceola, Florida. That's what it is. OpenAPI v1 JSON. Thank you. Thanks so much. So, right, not bad. This is easy for me to work with. It's 2 services, and I can see here, let me zoom out just a smidge. I can see in the logs here what it's doing, right? Just bring those up a little bit. I can see the click-throughs to the website, and I can see that it went and made a request to the zones endpoint that returns the list of available weather stations we'd like to investigate. And I can show you the Alaska weather zone that it went to, and the Florida. And over here on the API, you can see that it actually relays that request out to the U.S. government website at api.weather.gov, the National Weather Service. Goes and fetches that and says, hey, give me the forecast, and presents that. So, kind of cool, but I've got this back and forth between these 2 command lines, and I had to manage and start them both. And let me show you, there's actually a little bit of coordination going on here. And I'll come back and answer. I see some questions in chat. There's some coordination going here. So the weather website actually has a setting here that says, here's where the API is. It's at this address, localhost 5271. Because when I go up into my API up here and I look at the launch settings, right, it's running and listening there at localhost 5271. So I need to copy and paste this address, right? For the purposes of my development, I need to paste that in here so that they can find each other. And if they're wrong, the site's going to be broken, right? And I need to start these in the right order. If I had started the website before I started the API, the website wouldn't be able to find the API, and I'd get errors coming back. You know what I mean? Like if I shut down the API and I go back to the website and I try and refresh here, right? I'm going to get an error coming back on this thing, right? Because the API is gone. So there's clearly a couple of concerns that we want to address, right? We want to level up in our application here. And in the next 2 or 3 modules, you're going to see how we're going to grow. Grow's the wrong word. We're going to introduce .NET Aspire features that address each one of these concerns that I've shown you here about the application. Let me bring the slides back up, and I'll go to the questions that I see there in chat. And it went back to there. So we're going to get in right here and talk about this. Yeah, I can slow down those comments a little bit further. I can slow those down a little bit more. Just open them up. And just a few more here. There. All right. That should help a bit. So let me catch up with some of the questions comment. While coding at the bottom, can I move the picture to I don't have that built right now, but I can back this out and I can move around the code so that it's a little bit easier to see some of these things. Okay, the links are working. So let me get to this question from Noterful. Is Aspire intended only for experienced developers? Should beginner developers gradually get familiar with it and start using it in early projects? I think Aspire is good for all developers to use, because what .NET Aspire does that alleviates some of the challenges that the experienced developers had is it takes away, it abstracts away those things that, as you saw, I had to have stitched together, and we needed prescribed ways to start and manage our applications so that the website could find the API, and the website could cache and interact with the responses from over there, as well as the website being able to start and stop properly. And right, the order is the other big one that a lot of folks get tripped up with. So simplifying and bringing together and solving those problems so that it just works, in my mind, is a great thing that even beginner developers are going to benefit from. So there you go. Thanks so much for the question. Let me see here. I will slow down the mention about the chat queue, the map. I'll open that up a little bit more as well. So, all right. There are delays on those, but there will come a time where they post into chat and they'll catch up on some things. All right. So the first feature that we need to talk about and we need to discover and look at are smart defaults. So the idea with smart defaults is that you want to be able to observe your application. You want your application to be able to resiliently check and interact with the other parts of the application system and retry, so that if there is some sort of an issue, if there is a scaling thing that happens and we need to retry because there is just a slight blip while something's being reallocated, nodes are being rebalanced, what have you, we want to be able to retry and not have some sort of an impact on our application. And a feature that's overlooked by a lot of folks is the ability to have health checks in your application system. I need to know that my application is running, that my application is able to see the other features in the system, and that the database, the other application service resources are available and working properly out there. So how do we do that? How do we bring those things in? This is what the service defaults capabilities add into your application. So inside of the service defaults project, we're going to see a block of code that looks like this: configure open telemetry. And it adds open telemetry. We had a question a little bit ago about this. How do you add open telemetry? It's done for you by just adding a reference to this service defaults project and initializing it. We're going to enable on the logging formatted messaging. We're going to include scopes with our default logger capabilities. You're already using logging with your applications. You're using the iLogger interfaces that come with ASP.NET, that come with Windows Forms and WPF and what have you. This is going to add those additional features. And then we're going to set up open telemetry, and by default, we're going to set it up with ASP.NET Core, so it does some default instrumentation for that. And how it uses the HTTP client. Get some instrumentation around that so we can see the requests that are made to other systems, as well as some other runtime instrumentation, so that we can see how the insides of .NET are interacting with each other. We'll get some tracing added for ASP.NET Core, so we get distributed tracing. We're going to get some tracing on our HTTP client interactions, so that those are logged and we can see all the interactions that happen. And we're going to add open telemetry exporters as well, so that it does publish and you can pick them up from other services that are out there. The open telemetry exporters, there is some growth, there is some enhancements that's happening here. We do have the ability to publish directly with some extensions to App Insights. This commented out section isn't part of the source code anymore, but there is an open telemetry exporter. And when we configure those HTTP client defaults, we're going to add resiliency. Let me step away from the slides here and let's go back in and take a look. Oh, health checks. Yes, we'll take a look at the health checks feature. But let me go back to the source code and let's start adding smart defaults. No? Yeah, let's add smart defaults to the project. And this is real easy to do, and it's outlined in the first bit of the workshop documentation, even if you don't follow the content that's on the slides. I'm sorry, it's in the second document. So if you go to Workshop 2 Service Defaults, we're going to add a Service Defaults project into our application system, into our folders, that's going to bring that source code all set up and configured by default into our applications. If you're in Visual Studio, there is a project template for it. If you're in VS Code, there's a project template for it. I'm going to use the command line because I'm a big fan of using the command line. It is the great equalizer that everybody can use on every system. So I'm going to execute this .NET new statement right here next to the rest of my projects. And it's going to create this service defaults project. All right. So let me add that project to the solution file. So that's pretty easy to do. I'll just .NET SLN add. I do see questions there. I'm going to come to them in just a second. And if I go back to VS Code, let me make sure these two are stopped. I'll close that. And you'll see now I have the service defaults project with this set of extension methods that are available to me now. Before I get into this source code, let me answer some of those questions from chat. We can get into this a little bit. Binary Chef has been thinking about working on .NET again, been almost totally Python for the last few years. There are extensions that allow you to use Python with .NET Aspire. Yuri Programmer on Twitch asks, is this session recorded? Yes, it is. It's syndicated over to YouTube. It is recorded and will be available over there. It's over there now. You can watch it now. You can rewind and go back and forth. JC Pratt with a question here. Is .NET Aspire targeting only dev and test projects, or can it be used with deployed production projects? This is the interesting question that we get that shows that .NET Aspire is still a little bit misunderstood. .NET Aspire is designed to help you as a developer build and write code and orchestrate and set up your workstation so that you can gain access to, build, and interact with all the elements that you want to run in your production space locally in an isolated space that, quite frankly, if you break, if you knock down, who cares? It's only on your machine. So .NET Aspire enables development and testing of your application systems. The dashboard can be used with production locations. You can use that. We'll get into that when we talk about the dashboard later. All of the features that you're going to see, like hooking up service defaults here, do work and improve your application when these features get deployed to a production space. You will be able to set up telemetry to log to Azure App Insights, to Datadog, to SolarWinds, to Prometheus. All of those destinations are available for you to integrate with. You can configure them in code with some environment variables, some configuration settings, and when you deploy to production, it's all configured and orchestrated and managed for you in that production space, and .NET Aspire is no longer part of that picture. It's enabled and declared that orchestration for you, and you're going to see that in a little bit here as we start to orchestrate things. Thanks so much for the question. Really appreciate that. Definitely want to catch the replay. Yeah, absolutely. Andy from the Coldplay concert. Love the reference. What are logging scopes? Logging scopes are an open telemetry concept, right? And they're concepts in other distributed tracing that allow you to declare a block of a log, a segment of a log that are related. Begin this scope, think of it like almost like a database transaction. Begin a scope, we did some things, and then that scope ended, right? Maybe that's the logging around a method that is being called, right? We called this method begin logging because I want to see what's going on in this method. We executed and sent all of this log information. We're done that method, end scope. And it releases and it closes, and you want to see that log information grouped together because it's all related. And .NET Aspire enables that and makes the visibility of that really, really good with the dashboard feature we're going to see in a little bit. So thanks for the question about logging scopes. Continuing. By default, telemetry is not persisted. That's correct, Patty Boy. Because quite frankly, when you're working on a developer workstation, the telemetry from the last run that you had through interacting with your application system, you don't care about it. So why persist it? Just store it in memory and dump it when we're done working with our current debugging session that we're going through. Yeah. Question here, is .NET Aspire specifically designed with monorepo scenarios in mind, where multiple microservices are developed together? I wouldn't say that it's developed with those scenarios in mind. The monorepo architecture, right, where everything for a solution lives in the same repository, same source code repository, is a standard pattern in the .NET ecosystem. However, working with multiple microservices, multiple repositories is possible. However, if you want to run and debug and have logging between all of those different things, you need to bring all of them onto your local workstation, start instances of them in a particular order, and then coordinate and orchestrate them all together. So you effectively end up recreating that mono repository where you'll have a top level folder that is my application system, and inside of that you've gone and gotten the different instances of the various items from different repositories that refer to and work together. You've got some sort of a on disk layout like that. Or you know what, you're not using the development version of the source code for microservice A. You're connecting out to that lives over there on Skippy's machine, or in the data center there's a shared development instance. Yeah, you can do all of those things with .NET Aspire. It's not specific to monorepo, but when you do work in these scenarios where I want to manage these things that are running in different repositories, you actually end up recreating a mono repository on your local PC by putting them next to each other. And you can use that is enabled by .NET Aspire. You don't necessarily have to have everything in the same source code repository. Thanks so much for the question. We'll see a little bit more about that as we start to orchestrate some of these items to work together. You've tried the Aspire Keycloak integration. Really liked it, but last I checked it was pre-production. Any updates on it? I will not be covering Keycloak as part of this. It is something that I know the team is trying to make a better experience. There's some coordination that's being done between security teams to improve that. And Keycloak is something that I believe they would prefer outside organizations pick up and manage and use that, because it's not a product that the .NET team manages. So there is some coordination there where it was a great concept to start it up and make it part of demos, make it part of an initial set of integrations that are published and available out there, but that's not something that the team wants to own and be responsible for, because they're not the Keycloak team. The Keycloak folks, the folks who are closer to that ecosystem, should manage and grow it. So there's definitely some discussion and planning going on there, and we want to make sure that the right folks are responsible in managing their own products. So let me take a look here, make sure I catch up. Yes, Scope is not only OpenTelemetry, it is an extensions logging. That's right. OpenTelemetry picks up and uses it. Trying to wrap your head around production use case. Aspire is more like a piece of the compilation in that case. Aspire is not part of the application. It is not part of the compilation. Aspire is part of the orchestration that is setting up these various pieces that work together. Follow along with me, and you'll see what I mean by that. How environment variables that don't follow Aspire's expected format can be injected into sub-projects. You'll see that a little bit later. Yes. Remind me as we get into the orchestration, and we'll get into that. There's a lot of questions that are significantly later in topics for the workshop, and I want to make sure that I get some of the beginner entry questions that have to deal with this module. I want to address those now, and we'll come back and get to some of these other questions a little bit later as we get into those segments. You're using .NET Aspire to do startup configuration and deploy Blazor app to Azure. Uses Azure Service Bus, Cosmos DB. Very super cool tech. Oh, cool. That's great. That's right. We are, Ryan. Penn State. Love the fact if you deploy an Aspire application to Azure Container Apps, ACA has an option in the portal to view the dashboard. Yep. We'll see and talk about those later. Here's the service defaults that I added to this application system, right? I had my website, I have my API out here, and I've added, it has this one class, add service defaults, and it references a bunch of other libraries that bring in telemetry, bring in HTTP resilience and service discovery, and it configures all of those capabilities here. Nothing is hidden. There is no magic code here. All of the code is in the template and deployed for you. If you want to customize it, customize it. These methods are all right here in the project. There's configure OpenTelemetry. You want to change this? Go ahead and change it. You want it to behave differently? Go ahead. It's your choice. You have the power to enhance, to tune, to tweak, to make this work the way that you want. And I can now add a reference to those service defaults into both my web application and my API application. So let's do that real quick, right? So I'll drop into the API project and I will add a reference to that service defaults project, right? Just add that package reference. And I'm going to do the same thing in the website. I'm going to call the exact same method. Add reference. And it adds a reference to that project. And if you're an advanced .NET user, you know it's just creating an element in the XML project file here, so that you can see how it's connected. But I can start to add resiliency. I can start to add improved logging capabilities into those two projects with just a little statement in my workflow. And this is very much a .NET thing. There are other ways that you can interact and grow this with other stacks, JavaScript, Python, PHP, and so forth. But with .NET, I can enable this by just saying add service defaults. And it's going and adding all of those capabilities. I'm turning off Copilot completion here. so that it stays with just my code that we're working with. I can then enable health checks. Just put a health check endpoint out here by dropping down here and saying use, right, where is it? I thought it was default endpoints, right? What's the name of the other extension? Map default endpoints, that's it. Map default endpoints. And that's going to add health checks into my application. I don't have to write anything else, right? That source code says if we're in development, add health checks. Now, you may want health checks to run in your production space. That's probably a pretty good thing. We do have instructions for details about how you're going to want to secure that, because you don't want everybody in the world to be able to ping your health check, and where your health check might be doing some inspections, some further reporting. You don't want to share that information outside of your organization, outside of your operations team, your management applications that are monitoring these things. So there are instructions available, and we provide a link to where you can learn more about securing your health checks. So just with that one command, right? That one project that we added, we've already improved this a little bit, right? Let me clear out each one of these, and I'll start these in the right order here. There's my API starting, and I'll start the weather website. So here it's going to bring in those service defaults, and I'll start the website. What? Oh no. .NET run. My bad. Wrong command. Thanks, John. Yeah, I found that. Map default endpoints. So, slipped my mind. I write it once and forget it. So, now I can go back to the website, right? Over here, I can refresh that, and information starts running again, and I can click through and interact with these, and it's not a problem. I start to get, well, this one's taking a little bit longer, and there it reports back. If I go back over here, I still have my logs for both applications running here, and I can see how it's making requests and it's logging information, starting processing the HTTP request. Here's the client handler. It went and made that request to go get the forecast, and here's different bits of logging that I can clearly see in my console here. And I can even see a resilience event occurred. There was an error that was returned, and it went and retried. And it, sure enough, it got the result and came back, right? There was an error that happened in the API right here. An unhandled exception occurred. I actually have a random exception hard-coded in here so that we can generate and force that error to occur. So an error occurred, but we didn't notice it because the HTTP client resiliency made sure that we got that interaction, that it worked. I'm going to add that same set of commands that we put into program here for the website. I'm going to copy and put those exact same entries into the API so that we start to get logging happening over there. I don't want to see the CS project. I know it's already in there. So we'll do builder services add, builder add service defaults. There it is. And down here, I need to put it before those app.map default endpoints, right? And I've now got these two capabilities out there that will give me that additional logging and also give me health checks inside of my application. So we know those health checks from this extensions, right? These are going to be setting up a health endpoint at /health. So if I go back over to the website, right, I'll refresh, and I can now put different systems out there that detect and need to know if the application is healthy by just going to /health. So we can detect and work with that. And I can even return additional diagnostic information here if I wanted to feed into that health check system so that I know why the system is healthy or unhealthy or in a degraded state, right? It's not quite working perfectly the way that it should be. So we've added service defaults that have allowed us to understand a little bit about the logging, about the resiliency going back and forth between these two systems, and to get health checks in there so that I know that they're healthy. Seems to be working in any case. That's right. It is. All right. So I believe that's all that's part of this demo. Yeah, if you need to run multiple, you've got to do that. I think the Swagger address is different, and there it mentions the various errors. The next piece that we're going to talk about, though, is the dashboard. A lot of folks were talking about the dashboard. We're going to get in and talk about exactly what this thing delivers, what makes it so great, and why it's so important to us. Let me start down this path, and then we'll pause for a little bit. We've been going at it for about an hour here. No, you know what? Let's pause. Well, I'll come back to this. Let me give you a quick break. We'll take a few minutes here. I have some thanks to give to the sponsors. I'm going to make sure that we hit that. And I want to make sure that you know that you can sign up to win a swag bag. At any time during the stream today, we'll be drawing winners at the end of the stream, and those folks will be notified afterwards about their opportunity to be contacted, their opportunity to redeem the prizes that they've won. There's a lot going on with .NET Aspire. It is, as you've seen from some of the questions that have come up in chat, it can get very complex. There's a lot of different things that folks do to manage and grow their systems. And quite frankly, no two systems are built the same. That's just a fact. Even though most of our systems that we build and run and manage are very similar. At a bare bones grassroots level, they're very similar. We've got some sort of data store. We've got some sort of UI on the front end that knows how to interact with that data store. We may grow that and put things like a service bus or queues in the middle. We may set up alternate reporting databases that allow us to read data more quickly that's been processed and formatted for consumption. There's all kinds of different ways that you're going to grow your application. Eric, thanks so much for the resub. 26 months with us on Twitch. Much appreciate that. Let me just take a minute here and give you a second to learn a little bit more about some of our sponsors. Your previous question did not make it to the list. I don't see your I don't see a previous question. Yeah. Go ahead and ask it again, because I don't see any other questions. Let me take a moment and about the order. What order? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see that. Oh, the order between map default endpoints. I like to put it, I recommend putting it before the map controllers, before that last map statement that actually activates the ASP.NET endpoints. Put it in that collection of map statements and one of the last map statements, so that it is just before configuring and enabling your Razor pages, your Blazor endpoints, your ASP.NET controllers. Was the workshop created before .NET 9, so Swagger UI isn't built into the project template? No, actually. It was created after .NET 9, and... Was it? No, it was right before .NET 9. You're right. It was .NET 8. So I'll take an action item to update that. So let me take a few moments here. I'll pause the music, and I want to make sure that we put up a message from some of our sponsors. I'm going to start with Particular Software, helping support getting the word out about today's workshop. So here's a quick video about Particular. In today's connected world, your services need to communicate reliably, no matter how complex your distributed systems are. Relying on REST APIs alone can lead to fragile integrations, lost requests, and sleepless nights when things go wrong. Introducing N-Service Bus and the Particular Service Platform. Together, they transform how your services communicate, using robust messaging, intelligent workflow automation, and seamless error handling. Messages are delivered reliably, even if a service is offline. Automatic retries and error queues keep your workflows running smoothly, without manual intervention or data loss. With built-in monitoring and auditing, the Particular Service Platform gives you real-time visibility into every message and process. You can instantly trace issues, view message histories, and resolve errors before your users even notice. Trusted by teams worldwide, N-Service Bus and the Particular Service Platform help you deliver services and features faster, scale with confidence, and sleep better at night. Ready for resilient microservices? Visit go.particular.net/getting started and see how N-Service Bus and the Particular Service Platform can power your next distributed system. N-Service Bus and the Particular Service Platform. Reliable messaging, total visibility. All right. Big thanks to those folks for helping us out, getting the word out, and providing some of our items for the swag bags that we're going to be doing today. I changed hats there, put my Aspire hat on for a little bit. Big thanks to our friend Fierce Kittens for putting this together. Who was that guy? Who was that guy? That dashing young gentleman with the fantastic voice. Who, what? Thanks, Ruckdev. Cool Aspire hat? Yeah, our friend Fierce Kittens put that together for me. Big thanks to her. She does some amazing embroidery work. Go ahead, run the hat command. That's it. You can run that one. There you go. And it's going to tell you in just a second here that this is I'm not sure it's going to know this .NET Aspire hat. Yeah. So this is some of the items here that I need to improve in the hat detection because it doesn't know what this logo is. So, but it is the .NET Aspire logo. Okay. So we saw some of the initial parts of what service defaults are and why they're important. I'm going to get away. I think I'm going to go away from the rest of the slides here. Yeah, because the rest of the slides really walk through the first few modules here, and I don't need them because I may have taught about this content a few times. So we'll stick with the markdown that's in the repository and step through that and talk through what each one of these things are, answering your questions and proceeding through this. All right. And I should open Notepad and take some notes on some of these enhancements we need to do to the docs. All right, and I'll particularly call out that Swagger reference. Cool. So folks have been asking about orchestration. Folks have been asking about the dashboard. How do you orchestrate? How do you manage and bring together these different things as part of your system? Let's talk about the orchestration capabilities and the dashboard using the app host capabilities in .NET Aspire. So let me head back over to, head back over to the demos, to the code, and we'll get into this right now. Okay, cool. Just keeping an eye on things. So this is 3 dashboard app host. I'll drop that link into chat if you'd like to catch up and see exactly where I am in the documentation here. So, and we'll get to C# Titan's question about container lifetime. No, that's later. I'm sorry. So you have, and we already have an application model that we're using inside of this application, right? We have not just an application model, but a systems model, right? So let me shut these two down and close that. Right, we have a systems model here technically that is, right, the weather website connects to the API, and the API connects out to the National Weather Service. And we have that implicit knowledge of here's how the system glues together. Here's how it works. And that's okay when it's just these two. But as it grows, as more capabilities are introduced, as it gets more sophisticated, as more folks love our weather website and want to use it, there's going to be a lot more that happens out here. That's called foreshadowing, friends. That's what's going to happen a little bit later today. So, what can we do to start to codify that application model as a distributed application that we can start to enhance and grow, manage, and monitor all together? We've already got our 2 resources in the project, right? We've got the API project, the web project. Those are our resources we have there. We're going to introduce this app host or orchestrator project that's going to be our single entry point into our application system that starts the dashboard, provides logging, allows us to see the health of all the parts of the application system. And we're going to create some references between those parts in the application, those resources in the system. I have directions here for how to add the app host project. This is another project that does that coordination. I have directions here for you if you're using Visual Studio, if you're using Visual Studio Code. But once again, I'm a command line guy. I'm going to do this work at the command line. So let me go up to the root of my project folder so I can see my API, my Weather Hub, service defaults, and I'm going to execute .NET new Aspire-app host, and I'm going to name this project app host. There we go. And I've got that pasted in. Don't worry about these lines down here. I have some nightly builds that are available and active on my system. You won't see these lines unless you're working with some of the nightly builds. Just like I added that reference to service defaults in my projects, now I need to go around the other way. My app host needs references to the website and to the API. So I'm going to drop into the app host folder, and just like I did before, I'm going to do a .NET add reference, but this time I'm adding a reference to the API, and I'm going to add a reference to the Weather Hub website, and there it is. So those references are all wired up now, and yeah, let's do that part next. So if we look at the app host folder here, and I'll close all of these things. Inside of here, we have this app host CS that defines, hey, we're going to build a distributed application here. Let's create a builder that we can use some fluent methods, right? Some fluent APIs to go and define the various resources that are inside this application system. So let's start off by defining our API. And we can do that by saying builder dot, come on, you're not giving me, what do we got here? Let's reload the window. So we get all the .NET completions happening here. Because I'd like you to be able to see some of these things that pop up. Really? Really? What do we got? Oh, it's not in the solution. I forgot to add it to the solution. That's why. Let me add that. SLN, add app host right there. Cool. That reloads. And yes, now it knows what this is. All right, let me try that again so you can see. There we go. These are currently projects, the API and the website. They're .NET projects, so I can use the add project statement here, and I can specify the name of the project by using this special projects namespace and say, you know what, I want you to add the API project. What's happening underneath the covers here is .NET Aspire is analyzing the projects it has references to and making those available here as what appears to be an object that we're adding into our system. And I can give this a friendly name that'll show up on the dashboard later. I'll just call it API for now. And I have my website. So let's just call that web and builder. I'm going to do the exact same thing. Add project. Easy for me to type. Yeah. That one. And I want projects dot my weather hub. There it is. And I'll name that resource. I can give it a name that's visible. And I'll just call this website. Okay. With just those couple features in there, I'm already starting to see some capabilities here that are going to make this a heck of a lot easier to work with. So let me jump into that app host folder, and I can use that as a single entry point to start and interact with the application. So I'll .NET run from here. It's going to build, and you're going to see here, log into the dashboard at this location. There's a unique hash over here that it uses as a password, so that if you're working on a system that has multiple folks collaborating, you don't have any kind of collision with them. And there's our first view of the dashboard. The .NET Aspire dashboard shows you this is called app host. Okay, we can change that. But here's my API, it's running. Here's my website, it's running, and here's the addresses for them. And just like I was trying to do that URL earlier, here's the URL, the base URL for that API, and there's all the open API documentation for it. This isn't a .NET Aspire feature, this documentation. It's just been exposed as a link here on the dashboard for us to access and interact with it. And the two addresses for our website, because the website runs typically with transport layer security with SSL, so we get the HTTPS prefix, and it's also running on a different port with that non-secured extension. I can click into that and see my application is running, and it's returned my data here. And I can click into one of those, and I still get my weather report. But let's go back for a second. I'm running the dashboard, and that's the log down here for the dashboard. Where do I get to the console for each of those resources out there? Check this out. It's hiding right here. On the actions bar, we have a little toolbar button there, and you can click in and you can see, here's the console log. Now, there's some items that are missing there, and I can bounce over to the website, and I can see the website console log. Now, that's cool, and I can scroll through it. I can Control F through this if you didn't have that feature in your terminal to be able to search through the messages that are being reported in the terminal. I can see all the things right here. Cool. Okay, that's good. But we added OpenTelemetry logging. We added metrics as part of that service defaults. And they're going somewhere. Those logs are being reported and collected. So I can go over and look at structured logs for the entire application system, and I can see, here's what the website did. Here's what the API did. And then the website did some other things. And I get that logging immediately that shows you, right? Content route path. The website made a request to go get the zones. Started processing that request. And down here, it went and got the forecast for this Alaskan location. Started processing a request to go out to the United States Weather Service. And after it did that get, now it comes down here and it did all this other processing. That's great to see as a log. What if I had a trace that could show me all of those things as one consistent view? There is the website get. It made a request to the API. The API made a request out to API WeatherGov and processed in this amount of time and returned. So now I've got a trace view that was added. I didn't write any code to do this. You get this by default. So this is great, right? This is fantastic that I'm starting to get this insight into what's going on. And we know, right, that there is that faux error, right? That manufactured error after clicking around 5 times that appears. And here it is. It retries and shows you this. So if I go back up here and we look at the traces, check that out right there. I get some red indicators that say, uh-oh, there was an error. And there it says, there was an error here in the API. I can click into that and see, hey, there was an error. It was a system exception. And I can scroll down here. Where is it? There's a way that we can see that report. View logs. And there's the individual log item. Click into that. And here's the error message. Here's the stack trace. And I can click in and I can see the stack trace. I don't need to go somewhere else. I don't need to Control F and go find my way through to look at this, right? This is here for me to look at. I can copy it out to the clipboard. You can't see, there's a copy to clipboard button here that I can use to examine and dig further into this. I can change format. If this was some data or something, I can format it as JSON or XML. I can filter this. Right now it's filtered to a specific location, right? I can turn off that filter, right? Get rid of that filter. And I could say, you know what, just show me all the warnings that happened, right? Or let's just look at the errors. Show me just the errors, filter down to it, and I can immediately see, right? Or, you know what? Let's just look for, that AK address, right? And I can search for just that AK item, and I can see all the things that reference that. Simple filtering in the box. This is open source and free for anybody to use, the .NET Aspire dashboard. But wait, there's more. We made all those requests out to various locations. there's metrics that we can dive into on these. Check this out, right? I can look at the request duration that went through on just those couple of items. Give me the last 5 minutes here. And it will show me, here's, right, it's doing some statistical analysis, but I can see these exemplars where here's exactly, right, these are Blazor negotiations. Well, let's go look at the API and see, here's the request durations to the API, right? Making those requests for various zones, and it came back in no time, right? Came back in 750 milliseconds. Came back in, right? No, that was 7.5 milliseconds? No, 75 milliseconds, 167 milliseconds, 337 milliseconds, and so forth, right? And I can filter that down. Just show me the 200 response codes. Just show me the ones where we actually got data coming back. And it shows me just that, right? Really great stuff that I can look at. I can zoom in on. All of these metrics were added and made available to me with no additional configuration. Later today, we're going to learn how to extend this. So that's a little bit about the traces, about the metrics, structured logs, and the resources. There's more that we can see out here. Oh, and we know, right, that there are just two items that are working together, our website and our API. But we're going to make this more sophisticated in just a little bit here. Let me go to the questions I have in chat real quick. These are questions, folks, posted. These are messages, folks, posted in chat, either referencing my screen name, C# Fritz, or with a question mark in the message so that they get identified by the chatbot, put into the queue so that we can talk about them. Let me start with this from Robson Previato. When working with Aspire, is it possible to open the browser automatically as it does without Aspire? If you run the .NET watch command, it will open the browser automatically. That's a default that's built in. I believe there is also here in the properties for the app host, it is set to launch browser. That should have launched, yeah, should have launched the browser. It was supposed to. So I don't have an answer for you on that because it sure is configured to launch it here. That should have worked. But clicking on the URL down here will get you through to the same location. So, good question. Looks like there's something that needs to be cleaned up there. Do we have access to the recorded class once we're done? Yes, it is available on YouTube. You're going to be able to get to that. The dashboard, this is a question we get. That dashboard is great, but does it have dark mode? Thank you for the leading question there, my friend. Thank you so much. Of course it has dark mode. There's a gear here in the corner you can click, and you can set it up to either follow your system theme, whether it's light or dark. You can force it to light, or you can force it to dark mode. If English isn't your first language, you can configure and it will remember and present the dashboard in your language. There are, a dozen different languages here you can choose from. So that is fantastic capabilities that are only growing as the dashboard gets more features. The dashboard actually has a link to the .NET Aspire repo up here. There are other ways to launch the dashboard, and it will enable GitHub Copilot. So when you do have errors, you can ask Copilot to help you with those errors. Time to log an issue. I think so. Yeah, thank you, Chris, for helping out with that question. Patty Boy with a question here. This is a good one. Can those traces be cleared without restarting the application? Oh yeah, we got that. So if you click into traces, there is a little garbage can up here. Remove all. Gone. Didn't have to restart anything. All cleared out. But to that point, I don't have to restart the entire application. I don't have to go back to my command line to go and restart things. I can restart by clicking a stop button here. And that should say stopping, because I clicked stop. Right? Stopping. Right? Still stopping. There it is. And now I get a play button, allows me to restart it. And we can see here, it failed to stop. Yes, so it clobbered it. And we have what are we doing here? Start. There it is. Now it's starting. And there's a series of other commands that you can get to when you click the you click the kebab button over here. View details if you want to see some more information about what's being run. The console logs, the structured logs for just this resource, traces for this resource, the metrics for this resource. There's stop. And if you just want a one button restart. The details button, though, shows you all kinds of information here about when it was started, the health state, where it lives, the project path on disk, the URLs that it exposes, and it also shows you the environment variables that were passed in. So the open telemetry capabilities are actually a series of environment variables that are being passed in that specify here's where to export to. That add open telemetry method in service defaults reads these environment variables and publishes appropriately. Consequently, when you get to deploying to your production space, you can still use these environment variables, put in appropriate locations for the service that you want to publish to, and it will publish to that location. And you can see there's a API key that's being passed in on the headers here. Doesn't matter, this is all local to me. This is a sensitive value for the OTLP endpoint, but there it is. There's the location it's publishing to. So all of those environment variables that are being passed in, that are extra, that are being managed by .NET Aspire are all right here. So great question. Thank you so much, Patty Boy. Hey, how you doing there, Pellin? Does Aspire remember filters in the traces view when selecting a trace? It should remember them, yes. Yes, it should. I have a couple extra services out here that I need to turn off. Yeah, that's fine. If you're starting a resource from the dashboard, will it still wire up to the debugger? No. You've disconnected the debugger at the time that you've hit stop. So, is all that trace logging data persisting to memory, and can it be archived to disk or database by the dashboard? I don't think there is not an export capability in here yet. Sounds like a good request, but that's not a thing in here at this point. Sounds like a good feature request to make available, but if you wanted it to be available in other systems, set up additional telemetry exporters and publish to those other locations. So, what? All right. Yeah, pull requests are accepted, and issues are happy to be filed, opened, and if the team finds value in it, they'll build it. The Aspire roadmap is out. That's right. Exciting features are coming. That's a advanced discussion topic. We're right at the beginning here, but you're right. There are some really cool things that are coming in the future that the team is planning for. Okay. So we've seen how we can stand up and get these two services managed by our dashboard, right? That's kind of cool. But the next piece that we're going to do, right? They have metrics, creating an error. Yep. The next piece we're going to do is actually to connect these two and talk about service discovery. How do these two work together? Yes, PRs are being accepted for Aspire. Yep. They're treated with the same level of quality requirements as from the development team. Service discovery is this idea of I want to be able to identify, locate, and find other capabilities inside my application system. There's other resources out there that I want to use, and I don't want to have to use the full location of all of those things, right? So if I go back to, where'd the dashboard go? Right, where'd that dashboard go? I had it. Oh, I shut it down. Yeah. Go restart that. We'll take a look at this one more time. That's not a thing. That is. There it is. Right, when we look at this dashboard, I don't want to pass around these addresses. Right? That's annoying. And if that moves, it's going to break my development process. I'd really like to refer to, I just need to connect to the API. I don't care where it is. I need to connect to the API. How do I do that? Go figure it out. Go do that. So what we can do is start to connect those things using this idea of service discovery. Now, if you were working in Docker Compose or in Kubernetes, right, you're going to stand up and have service names, right, or little domain names, host names that those containers have for those various resources that you're going to be able to point to, and inside that, just inside that container space, inside of Kubernetes, Docker Compose, it's going to be able to go and find those things. But I'm not using Docker Compose here. I'm not using Kubernetes. And I don't want to have to swap out those values for the real locations when I get to production, right? .NET Aspire does this for you. I want to have my website automatically reference where that API is. And I can do that with a single statement. I can say with reference and tell it you're getting a reference to the API. That's it. That's all I need to do. And I can go back over now into my website, and where the website is configuring its connection. Where is it? Configuring its HTTP client. I know it's here somewhere. There it is. Adding HTTP client, right? Right now, it was reaching into its configuration file. Hey, what's the name of this location? I don't have to do that now. The URL that I want it to connect to is, try HTTPS. If you don't have that, go to HTTP, and it's the API. That's it. I don't care what it is. Go find the API and use that. All right? It doesn't matter to me. I don't want to configure this anymore. Just go find the API and connect that up. And this is where it's going to start to make things a lot easier. Let me show you. I do see some questions in chat. I'm going to come back to those in just a second. Loading here, and I will go back to that dashboard. I'll change this back to light mode. Okay. So now my website knows about the API, and I can see that relationship on the graph. Because now, unlike last time, right, I have this arrow that has been introduced that shows the website knows where the API is, right? And if I move that over, the API is running at this location, the website's running at that location. So if I click into the table here, look at this. If I go to the website and I look at the details of this, right? All of this information up here, here's the URLs that it's running on. And right, just to show you that it is in fact working, I click through and sure enough, everything's working the way that it was before. But it knows how to do that because when I scroll down here, .NET Aspire is passing in that reference to where the API is as these environment variables. Services API, the HTTP is at that location. Click the eyeball, Fritz. It's a little bit easier to see it with the eyeball, right? And the HTTPS is at that address. So by going to HTTPS API, the HTTP client, this is a .NET HTTP client feature, is going to look at that services environment variable, see if there's a service for the API, and resolve one of these addresses properly because I referenced that address right there. Okay? So what this means, I don't have to change that when I get to my production space. I was already going to need to key in some configuration somewhere that says this is where this thing is. But what I can do now is I can code gen, right? I can put in my script after you deploy the API service, grab the URL for that and pass it in as that environment variable for API here, right? Pass it in for this, services API HTTP 0. And I don't have to change the rest of my code. It knows where it is. We have deployment scripts and tools that do that entire bit of continuous integration for you. All right? That's the first bit of service discovery. That's, right? I don't have to think about where these things live. I can refer to the services and it goes and finds them. That's really, really great stuff. Let me catch up with some of the questions here in chat. Let me start with this question from Yuru Taru. They ask, can I create custom panels or dashboards in .NET Aspire to visualize metrics like CPU usage, memory usage, or other application-specific data? Those metrics are available inside the metrics capability over here. So if I go and point to website, right, I can look at the runtime and I can see the number of CPUs that are working. I can see the amount of CPU time that's working, the memory working set for the application, GC, right? So these metrics are made available for you immediately. I thought I don't see CPU percentage. But these are made available for you automatically. We'll see in a later module today how you can customize and add your own metrics that get captured and displayed here. There isn't currently a facility to add your own custom dashboards, your own custom pages into the Aspire dashboard. That's stepping into an area where you're going to want to export to Prometheus and design and build your own Grafana dashboards to capture those pieces of information that you're interested in and assemble them as the dashboard that you'd like to see. But the data that you would capture and display on those dashboards or additional information that you want to make available, we've got ways that you can add it and they'll automatically appear here inside the metrics page. And like I said, you can enhance and export to another service that will give you that Flexboard dashboarding capability. Thanks so much for the question. Love hearing that one. So Let me see here. And Billy asking a question about that service discovery. So when we deploy this application without Aspire, how would API resolve correctly? And that's where I was saying just a little bit ago. The API location, that service, is defined and passed in as an environment variable. So provide the same environment variable for the location you're deploying to. It's over there on server 3, answering on port 5000. Great. Put that in as the environment variable for the website, and it'll all just work the same way and connect those pieces together for you without having to write additional code. If you're deploying without some of the tools we have in .NET Aspire, that's just a little bit of extra PowerShell or Bash scripting that you have to do to grab an address and deploy it as configuration for the website. There's a follow-up question here from Billy. The _0 in the environment variable, that looks sort of like a magic number. If I move things around or add other HTTP clients, how do we guarantee that the correct variable will map to the correct client? Those numbers are there if you have multiple services with the same name, or if you have multiple instances. So you can wire up and point to specific instances of this, and it will, right? If you can say run multiple instances, and you can point to specific instances out there. Let me show you real quick. So I'll go back over here to Visual Studio Code. I'll pause and actually stop that. There we go. Right? So in app host, we have our API up here. I can define and say, where is it? Right? I thought it was with instances or instance count. I don't see it. Where is it? With replicas, there it is. Right, and I can specify how many replicas would you like? 5. 5 sounds good. I like 5. Let's do 5. And if I go and rerun this, it'll start up. Yeah, replicas was the word I was thinking of. And now if I go back to the dashboard, right, I'll go to the front here, and it's running 5 copies. The location for it, Aspire knows how to route from that central 7032 port, right, into these individual copies. And if we open this up and look at the details, it's still only pointing to 0 here, the frontmost instance of this, so that it will route. There are ways to dig in and get to those individual ones. That's a little bit further along in this in the workshop than we're planning on covering today. I can look in the traces here, and I can see each one of those instances if I want to look at a specific instance and how it's performing. So very flexible capabilities here in how you grow and work with the application. Oh, and those 5 replicas, yeah, they still work. I can still interact with the website and get my weather forecast being reported. So very cool stuff. Thanks so much for the question. I'll dig in and we'll do some more research on, how to interact with specific replicas. So, is Sinernix with a question here. If we deploy to Kubernetes, could we let Kubernetes services handle the resolution of API without setting Aspire environment variables? Sure. You can skip defining those environment variables and let Kubernetes resolve that for you. Absolutely. When you deploy to a production space, you still need to define where that location is, but you you're correct. You don't need to specify that environment variable, but it will look for API. And if Kubernetes is configured to resolve that for you, then it will work and use that location. So, good question. Thanks so much. Let me catch up on a couple of the other comments in chat. Makes sense. If I register another HTTP client, how would it know? Yeah. I need to do some digging under the covers about the magic number on the end. I haven't seen _1_2 appear in my development. So, Eric with a question here. This is another good one. Hey, that's great. What if the boss comes to you and says, I want you to test the current website code base with the released version of the API on the staging environment to make sure backwards compatibility still works? Okay, we can still do that. So we know what the environment variable is that it's looking for, right? If I want to test with that location out on the testing environment, right? So let's just put this in here, uncomment that. Instead of passing in that with reference here and making it explicitly reference the API, let's just comment that out. What I can do is I can say with with environment, and I can explicitly specify here's the location of that environment. So it was services API 0, and it was at HTTP I don't know, localhost 7031 or something like that. I don't know, but explicitly call out here's the location of this, right? Pass that in as an environment variable, and when this restarts, it'll pass in that connection string. I know that's behind the question there. And when I go back into the dashboard over here, right, there's my website. I was so close. 7032 is where it is. If I look at the details now, there it is, services API 0, and the value I passed in, and that's where it's going to try to get the data from, and it's going to come back and say, oh, I couldn't get anything from that location because, well, that's not where the website is. So, but I think you get the point there on that ad hoc demo that I put together for you. So, good question. Thank you so much. There, you see it failed. So, all right. There we go. Let's see, what do we have here? How are all the replicas using the same address port? Is there a proxy being introduced? Yes. Under the covers, there's a tool called YARP that's being run to coordinate and manage the network connections between all of these services. Have a great one, Patty Boy. Thank you so much for tuning in. Is today the day for Aspire? Yes, it is. Yep. You always create an enumeration in the app host and avoid the magic strings reference. Richard, love that statement. Yes, I completely agree. I don't like using enumerations. I like using these as constants. Let me step outside the box. Just a smidge. Just a smidge here. Let's jump up, and let me create a class library. Right, and I'm going to call this common. Right? And add common so that it knows about that. And now let's go into app hosts. Add reference common. And inside of common, this is a technique that I use all the time. And I completely agree with it. This is just an easy, cool way to make those services available and get rid of magic strings. So let's create a static class called services. And let's create a constant string called API. I name all my constants with uppercase characters so that it looks like I'm yelling at you. Doesn't matter what I call it. Right, API foo, doesn't matter. Web, right? And I'm going to call it the greatest website ever. If I go back into app host, you'll see it's got a reference to it right there. I need to enhance this just slightly. This is the secret sauce. Is Aspire project false? I'll add that same reference to common to the website. Right? There. .NET add reference. Easy for me to type. Cool. And I'll go back to app host so I can start this. But inside here, the URL, I can replace this now with a little string interpolation. And I can say, yeah, services dot API. And now I've eliminated that magic string for the name of this. And up here, I can just reference this as services API. Now, I think I need to rebuild, don't I? .NET clean. Because of that little magic attribute that's in there. Yeah, is Aspire project resource. That's the one. I got it wrong. And come here, you. Build that one more time. I'm missing my namespace. There we go. So now it knows, and we're eliminating, right? Those magic strings are completely gone. And now when I run the website, when I run, hey, there we go. .NET run. And there we go. Go back over to the dashboard. Yes, I know you're rejoining the server. And it has the names for those services. I can change them to whatever I'd like inside that common shared class library. Right? I can change these and the references persist the whole way through. So all those command lines, you get that for teaching, that would drive you crazy. So Richard, on other systems, folks love the command line. On Mac, on Linux, folks love the command line. So the numbers are in the index to the collection. Am I covering telemetry to do? Yes, we're going to get into telemetry. Yep. So the command line just works on all the locations. Yep. Wouldn't this be under the builder project? No. If we had put this enumeration, right, these constants, if we had put them in app host, we would need to get these constants into the other projects. by putting it in this simple common project, I can reference that in all 3 of the other projects, and there's no conflict or circular reference that occurs there. So there are tools and there's documentation for them in the notes for the workshop about how to do these things in Visual Studio, if you'd like to do it that way. Like I said, I'm doing it at the command line so that you can kind of see the nuts and bolts of how these pieces fit together. So I'm going to rename these back to API and web, and restart that. And no, I stopped you. You're not running right now. Restoring, yeah. It's in another process. Really? I don't think so. Yeah, sure looks like it shut down. Come on now. Yeah, there it goes. So, and there it is. Now it's API and web again. So, you're having issues with the OpenTelemetry collector. The OpenTelemetry collector that's currently published out there has some issues dealing with the SSL connections. There is some sample code available in the Prometheus Grafana sample that you can copy into your project that does it properly. They're working on repackaging that and getting the OpenTelemetry collector published as part of the Aspire Community Toolkit. So that update is coming. You're totally right. It doesn't work correctly now. It's not just you. And it is being improved and will be released in the future. Yeah, there you go. Instincts. Yeah. Yeah. So I totally get your frustration. I was going through and trying to wire that up myself earlier this week and hit, I'm sure, the exact same frustrations and problems that you're seeing. So I wouldn't say that the command line necessarily boosts your productivity, but it gives you that low-level insight into how some of these pieces work together. It gives you, and it gives you the cross-platform capabilities. The way that I added references there, like Visual Studio will eat your lunch on how easy it is to add those, right? It will eat your lunch on that. Because I can do that faster than you can type in Visual Studio. Hands down, no questions asked. Bob's your uncle. Right? So let me open up the weather here and come on. The dependencies has a reference to the service defaults project. Heck, I'll even get rid of the reference to the common project, right? So there's common, there's service defaults. You saw I had to do some navigation and key in a bunch of stuff. I can add references just like this. Done. And Visual Studio knows how to add those references. And they exist, they get added into the project file and appear the exact same way. So there are things that Visual Studio visually can do faster than you can type at the command line. That the shortcuts, the ways that you work through some of those interactions are simpler, faster, easier to do in a full IDE. When you're working in a text editor and you're working at the command line, it gives you that insight into how some of these things work together. And that's a little bit of the reason why I'm showing you how things work at the command line. So so that you know how these pieces fit, right? Like when you got your first car, you opened up the hood and looked at the engine and you had no idea what was going on under there, but there's the engine. You know that's where the engine is. That's how the car goes. That's the thing. I don't know what it does, but I can identify, hey, there's a blue cap over here and it has a little logo on it that looks like a windshield. That's where I put the windshield wiper fluid. That's where we refill that. And there's another little cap over here that has what looks like an oil pan on it. That's where they fill the oil. That's where and there's a little dipstick next to it. That's where I check the oil. Okay, I can kind of figure those out because I looked under the hood. And that's what we're trying to do here is I want to make sure that you look under the hood of how some of these things fit together, because you're going to see, hey, and there's the battery in the corner. I know how to jump start a car. I know how to do that with the battery, and so on and so forth. So, do we have to use the Aspire extensions from Redis and other services to get open telemetry? Nope. You can manually set it up, but why? It's the code's already written for you. Why? We'll see that in a little bit here when we get into Redis. Never knew you could drag and drop a project on another? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The blinker fluid. So yeah, let's talk a little bit more. We've crossed about another hour here on the workshop together. Let's take a pause. I want to make sure that I answer some of the other questions that I see here in chat. Let me get to these, and then take a little bit of a break. I want you to get up, stretch, get a beverage. For those of you on the U.S. East Coast, get some lunch. If you're watching over in Europe, grab a bite to eat for dinner. It's Friday night. If you're in Germany, it's time for beer. Let's go. So I want to make sure that you're comfortable and having a good time watching and hanging out with us here on the workshop. Let me get to one or two more questions from chat that I didn't touch on, and we'll go into our next module. So, curious to hear a little more about that project reference attribute. Why did we add that? Asks Andy from the Coldplay concert. You know, Andy from the Coldplay concert. Would Aspire try to run that class library otherwise? Close. When you add project references to the app host project, there's a bit that runs inside there. It's part of the Aspire SDK that looks at the project references and attempts to load them up as projects that it wants to orchestrate. So it's going to try to run those. It's going to make them available as projects to manage and run. But in the case of a class library like that, I don't want to run it. I want to reference and use it, just like another project that I might reference elsewhere in my system, right? Go and I want to be able to use the classes and the objects that are in this project over here. And that's what that extra is Aspire project reference attribute does inside the project file. There isn't a gesture to generate that inside of Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. It's one of those Easter egg attributes that you have to kind of know to sneak in there. I do have a video that talks about that either came out Tuesday or is coming out in the next week or two on the .NET channel that talks more about exactly why and how you can use that. So thanks so much for the question, Andy. Appreciate it. I see one or two more here. I answered the question about Redis. Yep. Yeah, so Weird Beard Dev asking about automatically adding that. And yep, so Space Shot asking about that. There is another attribute that you can add. I'm forgetting what it is off the top of my head, but there's another attribute that you can add. It's not an attribute. No, there's an attribute that you can add to your projects in the CS Proj, right? In those XML elements that will change the name of the project. So it was called My Weather Hub. You can change the name of that to just website, to what have you. And when that projects dot reference appeared, you can change that to projects dot whatever name you'd like, not the project file name that's sitting on disk. So you have that abstraction that you can introduce to provide indirect references to those projects. Hey, Binary Chef, welcome back. Oh, it's not the worst idea. Oh my god. I can't believe. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. The dad jokes are strong with this group. Oh, man. All right. I want you to get up, stretch. Don't take your headphones off because I want to make sure that you hear that I'm thanking our friends, our sponsor friends who are helping out with the workshop. Here we go. Check it out. You can sign up and get into a drawing that's going to happen a little bit later today for $150 in swag bags in raffle. Right? These are Amazon gift cards that you're going to get from our fine partners out there: Progress Telerik, Dev Express, Iron Software, Sync Fusion, Particular Software, and Growth Acceleration Partners. So there you go. There's the message that just appeared in chat from Stream Elements. So I do have another video to share with you talking about some of these sponsors, and we're going to talk about Iron Software next and some of the things that they've been doing. I'll come back to your question after this video message. All right, so yeah, pause the music. Yeah, let's hear all about Iron Software. Hey friends, I've spent some serious time digging into PDF tools for .NET developers, and I want to cut to the chase. Iron PDF is my go-to choice for generating PDFs from web applications. I started this journey looking into a tool to build pixel-perfect reports for my ClipTalk web app. I compared 4 big players: Iron PDF, Aspose, Sync Fusion, and iText. I wasn't paid to say this, just asked to give them all a fair shot. I built sample projects, I ran tests, and documented everything. Iron PDF won me over from the start. I landed on their homepage, copied a short code snippet, added a NuGet package, hit run, and boom, I had a working PDF. That kind of first 5 minutes experience matters to me as a developer. It tells me the team behind the product gets it. What really sealed the deal for me was the HTML to PDF rendering. Now, you know I'm a web guy and I want to work with HTML and CSS. I don't want to mess with low-level paragraph and table structures. Iron PDF took my web content and rendered it accurately, including headers, footers, form fields, even interactive form fields. Most other tools choked on these tests. Some didn't generate anything at all. The Iron PDF API makes it feel like it was designed for us as .NET developers. Everything flows off a central Chrome PDF renderer object. It's clean, discoverable, and intuitive. You can render from HTML, from URLs, or files that are sitting on disk. And then, once you have them rendered, manipulate the PDF, add some metadata, password protection, watermarks, digital signatures, or extract content from them. It just works the way that you would expect it to. The Iron PDF tools make licensing dead simple. Perpetual options are available, there's clear pricing, and instant trial access. There's no guessing games going on here. That transparency made it easy to decide what fit my use case. The documentation for Iron PDF is modern, searchable, and includes real code examples. When I had questions, support was available with chat directly on the website. They have real engineers available to talk to, and I didn't get that level of service from some of the other products that are out there. Finally, Iron PDF is actively maintained. They push out updates monthly and keep up with the .NET ecosystem. That's the kind of long-term support that I look for in tools that I depend on. So, if you're building .NET applications and need to generate PDFs, especially from HTML, Iron PDF is hands down the tool that I recommend. It's reliable, easy to use, and developer-friendly from start to finish. Give them a go. Iron PDF offers a free 30-day trial. You can learn more at ironpdf.com. All right. Yeah, big fan of Iron PDF and Iron Software. Huge thanks to them for their support promoting our event today. We shouldn't be on that scene. We should be back over here. There we go. So, I see a couple comments, couple questions there in chat. Let me catch up here. Harsh asking, are we going to add a database and dedicated cache? That's right. Yep, that's coming up in the next module or two. See, I had learn Microsoft.com, Aspire, and it's the is Aspire project resource or something like that. Does Iron PDF work on Azure App Service? Yep, sure does. That's why I use Quest PDF. Terrific. Where is it? There is. Shoot. I know I did this like last week. Yeah, setting the Aspire generated project name. And there it is. Aspire project metadata type name. Oof. This is very much buried in documentation. But if you set that attribute in your app host next to a project reference, you can change the project name. That you have to end the questions with a question mark for me to get them onto the queue. How are environment variables that don't follow Aspire's expected format? How can they be injected into subprojects? Just use the format, right? I showed that a little bit over here. You can pass in, and I'll pop that open here. Right, you want to pass in an environment variable. There it is, right there. With environment, and right, I want to pass in an environment variable called foo, and the value magoo. Because I don't do foo bar, I do foo magoo, because it just sounds funny. So, I'll get that restarted. You're still running in the background. There it goes. Right? And here on the dashboard, it reloads. take a look at the details over here. Yeah, I'll split it horizontally so you can see it down here on the bottom. And in my environment variables, there's foo. And I'll click the eyeball over here, and the value is Magoo. So just use the with environment and pass in the values you want, and they can be loaded appropriately into the next system. If you want to change the name of what it's looking for so that it reads this from a different parameter name, right? A different environment variable. I don't have a good way to tell you to do that, right? In service defaults, in the extensions here, when it does that service discovery for HTTP client, where is it? It's right here. That's a method that's configured and being brought in as a library. You can get to the source code of that and write your own version of that if you'd like. However, you can just remove the add HTTP, or I'm sorry, if you want that to be something else, you can just reference the environment directly, right? Oh my gosh, Fritz can't spell configuration. Configure. Well, actually, it would be right. Builder dot configuration. Right. Foo, not food. Foo. And it would grab that value and pass it along there. So those are ways that you can do it. It's up to you. We think these are reasonable defaults. Oh yeah, put it back to services API. That was fine. There we go. Right? We think these are reasonable defaults to use around the application. And to the Aspire project metadata name, because that's a mouthful, right? I can put that here, and right, and I can call this instead the online browsing platform. And if I restart this, well, don't even restart. Just go over here to app host. See, it doesn't know what Weather Hub is, but it does know what the online browsing platform is. So, if you want to change the name of it, it is there for you to customize. All right. So, and all of this is open source. You can go check it out in all the places in the Aspire source code. github.com/.net/Aspire. There's also a link to it at the top of the dashboard right there that you can click through. Did I? Yeah, I did stop it. So, all right. Sean. Nice. You want to pass in RabbitMQ main URI for the URI instead of RabbitMQ URI, what Aspire expects. Okay. So, first off, you can't pass environment variables with colons in them on all systems. Colon is a forbidden environment variable character on some systems. I think it's forbidden on, is it on Linux? But it works on Windows, or it's the other way around. So what you can do is you can pass underscores instead of double underscore instead of a colon. But yeah, you can change that to whatever you'd like. What's the most insane Aspire configuration that I've seen? I've seen systems that have dozens of resources started up and managed on those. So, colons work on Windows, not on Linux and Mac. Okay, there you go. Yeah, and that was just a way to standardize and provide a similar feature on various systems. I meant to change hats in between there, and I didn't. There we go. All right. So, back over to chat and the Q&A. If you start the Aspire dashboard, stop the website app, and then manually debug the website app, it fails to start with a binding error. Is this expected? Yes, because the dashboard is reserving and hanging on to that port. Yes. Yep. You've broken the flow there. So, lots of semicolons, Pelin. That's my guy. All the semicolons in C#. We love semicolons. So we did service discovery. We did running it. Yep. So let's introduce and talk about various services we want to bring into our application called integrations. So this is where we're going to start to reach outside of our code and getting some other resources involved. So let's head back over to the full screen and dive in a little bit. How would you get set up things like topics in Kafka? Is there a Kafka integration? There's going to be some sort of Fluent API to do that. No, don't print. .NET Aspire Kafka integration. Yeah, there you go. Kafka UI, server resource with data volume, data bind mount. We're going to learn about all of these things. Consumers, worker background services. So the documentation for what you're looking for Kafka is here. So, but we're going to talk about those integrations right now. So integrations are .NET packages that contain configuration and references to allow you to bring in services like Kafka. We're going to add Redis. Redis caching is so easy to introduce and add to a project that just makes it easier for you to get caching, for you to get a speed boost without having to rewrite huge chunks of your application. Redis is one of those things that's it should be almost a must-have when you're building an application that's facing the internet. It is really good stuff. So we're going to start to add this reference to Redis. And we can do this by installing the Aspire hosting.redis NuGet package, right? So I'm just going to grab that. We didn't put the statement here, the command line statement here, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. I'm in the app host project here, so I'm just going to do a .NET add package Aspire hosting Redis. And it's going to go through and add that reference. Now, like I said, I've got a nightly version running here. I'm just going to bump this to 930. Nah, go ahead, let it. Don't worry about that. It's just a nightly update of this. It doesn't affect what we're learning here today. So we've added. Oh no, that was an app host. That's fine. Yeah, Redis is 931. Okay, I got crossed up there. So we can orchestrate and add Redis into our system by updating the app host CS file, right? So Redis is typically used for caching. And we know in working with the National Weather Service that their service only logs updates, right? There's only new updates in their weather forecasts once every 15 minutes. So it would be kind of rude if we went and made a request for the Manhattan weather every second looking for changes or updates, or because, right, different users that want to see the weather for Manhattan are clicking into our website. It would be rude if we made requests every time somebody clicked through. So we can introduce Redis caching to provide a timed expiration of those values that were retrieved from the National Weather Service, so that every time for the next 15 minutes that somebody requests the Manhattan weather, they get the same value that was fetched when we actually went out to get it. And when that 15 minutes runs up and the next person makes a request, go ahead through and process and send that request to the National Weather Service. So let's add a reference to Redis here. And I'm going to create a variable called cache, right? And I want you to be aware of the differences between a C# variable and the name of the service, right? So because I added that Redis integration, I can now say add Redis, give it a name, and we started defining some names over here for our services. So I'll add a name for Redis here as a constant as well, right? Cache, and that's just cache for the purposes of clearing out those magic strings. And so I'll just call this right here, services cache, right? And that's it. That's all I need to do to define my Redis service. I can then make that available to my API using that same with reference capability, right? This is your Swiss Army knife. I want to add a reference to that, so add reference. Boom, done. Now, this needs to have Docker in order to run locally. It's going to download the Redis container and start that up and run it. Have a good one, LA Face. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you tuning in. One of our friends and moderators there. Hello. So this is going to pass. This is going to, with this this statement is going to start a Redis container using Docker running here locally. I'm going to pass a reference to that container into this project. And inside my API project, I can configure then that Redis client so that it starts to cache the results from the API requests. And I wrote up a little bit of the documentation of how we want to do that. Let me come back to that in a minute. So I'm going to, I need this package inside the API project. So let me grab that back over here, open this up, and let me just skip over to the API project, and I will .NET add package, and I'll paste in that name, and it will load. 3.5 hours of meetings on a Friday morning. That is a slog. Instincts. We'll get there. We'll get there. You are one step ahead of me. I want to show that coming up. Yes. So I'm not going to show that on screen for those of you watching the recording. We're going to come back to this in just a second. But Instincts is one step ahead and is reading exactly some of the things we want to do. So I'm going to add a reference, a configuration up here to that Redis cache right there, right? We added that library. It should have, right? Add it to it. Go ahead and reload the window, because I know you know that's out there. And I can change this to our services.cache. Reloading the projects. Come on now. Give me that. Double check that the autocomplete is working. Oh. I'm missing something. I'm in the wrong website is what it is. Darn it. Too many things called program out here. I want to be in the API project is where I added that. Easy to get confused here. So I will just add it right there. And the API project, I didn't add a reference to the common project. .NET add reference. Go up one and into common. There we go. And now it knows what the cache is. So now I've added a reference to the Redis cache inside the API. We need to set up a little bit of output caching. Yeah, we're going to delete the following code. I didn't. Okay. Okay. I wrote this a while ago. Where is it? Right here. We're going to remove that default output caching. And now when I start the application, right? Now we're going to start to see a little bit more happening on the dashboard. The dashboard is going to start to become a little bit more interesting place to be. And right, as a developer, as an architect who's thinking about and looking at my application systems, now it starts to get to be something that's interesting, because now I have my cache listed here. And you see it's running from Docker and the version of the Docker image it's running, and here's where it's listening. I don't really have a website that I can connect to use that, but it's out there. There is a client and dedicated package for Redis on the API side. There is an Aspire wrapper for that package that adds in the additional logging and metrics capabilities that we want to see in the dashboard here. So I believe, yeah, we'll start to see it when we start interacting with it. So if I go to the website, right, there it is. It loaded up all that content. If we go look at the weather forecast for Glacier Bay, there's Glacier Bay. If I click away to somewhere else and click back to Glacier Bay, it came back immediately because it pulled it from cache. Right? You see how fast it came back? Glacier Bay. Boom. Immediately. It's inside my cache, right? It's out there. It's something that we can interact with. But how do I look into that? And what happens if the cache takes too long to start up? Let me show you here. I'm going to shut this down, and we're going to learn about two more features here of this. I'm going to go into my Docker images that I have running here locally. And I'm actually going to remove those images, so I have to re-download them. Let me see. Do I have a Redis container running? I do. I can't delete that image. But I can delete the other ones for Redis Insight. That's what we're going to look at here in just a second. Now, actually, all right. I'm not going to be able to emulate that. I see a couple questions coming up there. We're going to come to that in just a second. Back over here. If I want to be able to see into that Redis cache, check this out. We can add in a user interface for it. Redis Commander and Redis Insight. These are two web-based tools that you can activate. Just include with one statement there, and it will automatically configure and connect to the Redis service for you and appear on the dashboard. That's really amazing. Now, the other piece, if this takes too long to start up, we need to make sure that we wait for it. So not only do we want to pass a reference to it, but we can also say, hey, you know what? Make sure you wait for the cache to start. And here on the website, don't start the website immediately. Make sure you wait for the API to start. One more thing that I've forgotten to show you here that I didn't include. There is a with external HTTP endpoint statement that we use to help drive a little bit of configuration so that we know this should be exposed to the outside internet, right? So when you publish this somewhere, the domain name that this exposes with that statement is allowed ingress from outside your machine, right? Folks are allowed to access that from, it punches a hole in the local machine's firewall to allow external requests. So I've added what? A couple, just 2-3 lines of code here. Let me go restart that. And we'll see how this improves. But that, yes, Instincts was going right at that feature of, hey, you should wait for those. See how it's starting and it's taking its time starting them? Because it was waiting for each one of those services to start before it starts the next one. And it knows how to do that through some of those health checks that we've added. It knows that they're started because there's a health check there that reports back, hey, this is working. Okay? So I can go back to my website, right? And if I go back to Glacier Bay, it's loading fresh now. That Redis container was knocked down because I stopped .NET Aspire and restarted. And I can click into Redis Insight here, and we can see there's my cache that was allocated, and here's the entries that are being written by that output caching. Really, really cool, right? So here's all the zones that we can search through. And here's the forecast for Glacier Bay, right? So the request was to forecast AKZ 320, and here's the content that was returned, but it's been output cached over here in Redis. And I can clear these out by clicking the garbage button, right? Or in 14 minutes, this will just go away and be swept away by Redis automatically for us. Love it. So I've now got that extra bit of insight in here, and as I click around, more of these are being added to the cache, right? And they're going to stick around for longer, and that's a great thing that just releases some of that pressure on your system. But the other thing that Redis does is it provides another, Redis with the output caching on APIs like this, it provides another firewall, another stopgap against having outages reported, right? Degraded systems. Check this out. Remember, we can stop systems? I'm going to stop the API. Right? API is stopping. And we should see that stopped here in a second. And if I click through to these, where's my output cache? Right? It's doing its retry to go get that data. Right? And you can see here it's retrying. Ooh, I'm retrying. And when I bring that back up, comes through immediately. And we can add that cache locally on the website additionally so that we know and provide that extra bit of stopgap, right? That extra caching layer so that If a system disappears, we've still got content. Let me go to a couple of the questions that I see here in chat. Let me start with this one. This comes up a little bit later, but I want to do this now. Is it possible to specify container lifetime in Aspire? Yes. So if I knock this down, right, if I stop this, it's going to wipe out that Redis cache. It's gone. You can control the lifetime of that container by specifying with lifetime, and I could say either for this session, for as long as the Aspire session is running, or, you know what, don't knock it down. Just leave it running. Leave it running persistently. And if I do that now, and I restart this, right? So I'm going to start this. We're going to go back into the website. We're going to see it cache some data. So right over here, that's on the wrong port now. There we go. Everything's running. Go back to the website, refresh, right? And I'll click through to some of these. And if I open Redis Insight, into the cache, I've got fresh caches that are going to expire in 14 minutes. So if I knock this down, right? Because you know what, something's wrong, I need to stop, debug, we're going to relaunch this again in a few minutes, and I'll go and restart it again. That persistent container lifetime is going to help me out here, because instead of having to wait for that to start, it's already started. See? Everything just comes online. The cache insight is going to go restart, get all connected, and if I peek into the Redis cache, which is taking its time starting, there it goes. Right? There's the cache. My content is still there. So back on the website, Glacier Bay comes up immediately because it's still in the cache. So that's one way that you can persist things. You can also include a command here there's data bind mount, so you can specify a folder on disk that it should get data from and mount inside of your container. The one that is easiest to use and already has configuration built in for most of these containers is with data volume. You don't have to specify a name for this. It'll set up its own name for it and save that somewhere else on disk for you and manage that. But you can give it a name here, specify if it's read-only or not, right? And at that point, it will save and persist that content to disk so that even between system reboots, the data is saved, and the next time you start up, it has the data for you when you reload and interact with .NET Aspire. So thanks so much for the question, and we're going to talk through a little bit more of that later. How do you test things like backwards compatibility? Yep, we talked briefly about that earlier. You can change the URL, pass in a different URL as an environment variable. In .NET 9.4, .NET Aspire 9.4, there's an external resource, external service resource that you can use to put web addresses in and change that and pass that resource in to your various systems, and it will always use that same resource across the various systems. I have a video coming out with the launch that shows you how to use that with the launch of Aspire 9.4. This question from Robson Previato: if the trace is shown in the Aspire dashboard and a specific endpoint call is expected to have a database query, oh yeah, we're going to do that in a little bit too. Is it possible to detect it as an error when that database query did not occur? No. The Aspire dashboard is strictly a monitoring tool. It will not tell you when things didn't happen. You're going to want some sort of an integration test to provide that information for you, that I tried to do something and it didn't run. That's going to be an integration test. The Aspire dashboard is strictly observation. So, good question. Thank you so much. Andy from the Coldplay concert. Would it be easier to make, and I think you meant Redis, to make Redis run in a local container just in local development, but point to a managed cloud service just on a release build? Yes. In fact, I do that for a couple of my websites that I manage, that Aspirify.net and another website called Copilot.John. What you can do here, right? You can detect the context, how this is being run, how this is being worked with. It is execution context. I'm trying to remember this. Is publish mode or is run mode? So run mode is when you're in development mode here and you want to launch and run containers. Publish mode is when you publish that out to another location, right? That's where some of our tools come in that will wrap and generate various bicep files and other configuration files to help you with deployment. So I can here say builder, instead I can say add connection string and specify the connection string here. You know, here's the location that it's going to when we're publishing. There is an option. There was an option with no, where is it? There was an option here to say, and they changed it on the Redis. Yeah, I don't say it here. I'm not even going to bring it up. Not even going to bring it up. So there is also Azure Aspire Redis hosting package that will allow you to configure this to point to Azure Cache for Redis and use that. So those options are available as well. Why am I getting... Oh, yeah. So that execution context, we're going to see that a couple more times later. That answers your question. Fantastic. All right. Yep, there we go. So that was exactly Billy's question there. So we can look at that. That was a twofer. So a little bit of complexity from Eric here. If you wanted to add a login with JWT or token bearer authentication, would you centralize that in their own services and reference them and wire them into API and web projects? Several different ways that you can do that. Keycloak is a great way that folks are working in and providing those login capabilities locally for developers. There's also, yes, you can have it externally and include URLs for those external services, the same way you saw me do here just a second ago. So not too complex, but it's definitely something that's going to take a little bit of work when you want to reference an external service. If viewers of my other live streams, you're probably familiar with when I configured the Aspirify.net website. That has a Microsoft account login. The API keys for connecting to and using the Microsoft account are passed in as app settings, as user secrets to my app host, and I add those appropriately into the website as environment variables later down the string. So, all right. Good questions on those items. I think, yeah, we should be able to see the cache now interacting on the dashboard. Go back to that. Right? So we did click around there a little bit. And if I go to the traces, Now you see the cache, right? Here's where using, somebody was asking earlier about, do I have to use the Aspire wrapped clients inside of my API or web projects? You don't have to, but what it gives you is additional logging like this, where it's going to check to see, hey, do I have it in Redis cache? If so, go get it. Right? Down here. Hey, I made a request from the website to go get the forecast from the API. Go into Redis and check and see if you have it, and if you do, return it. And in 4.25 milliseconds, 4 milliseconds, it returned and walked back up, and that entire interaction returned in 10.1 milliseconds. But if I go through and click on a location that doesn't exist here, let's try. Let's try. Do we have? No, we don't have it. Nope. I'm looking for. Let me just look for Philadelphia. Right, there's Philadelphia. Here comes that. But we know that it went and fetched a new resource there. So check this out. Right here. Now we have a little bit more interesting trace going on because we've introduced the cache service, right? So website made a request to the API, go get the forecast for this zone. It checked the Redis cache and in 1.7 seconds said, nope, I don't have anything. Decided to make a request to API Weather Gov. That took 220 milliseconds. And it stashed that value in Redis in 2.6 milliseconds there. Terrific, right? We can see the entire workflow here, and we know that it did properly persist in the Redis cache. We've got a complete picture of what that transaction was when I clicked the Philadelphia weather. Love it. So we're getting more information. Now, I don't remember. Yeah, it doesn't add, the Redis cache doesn't add metrics because the Redis service doesn't publish that information. But what I can see is our system is growing. We now have 4 resources. So if I go to the graph now things are getting a little bit more interesting, right? My graph is getting a little bit more busy here, right? My website connects to an API. The API connects to a cache. There's a cache insight service here that connects over to that cache and gives me that insight, right? So my application is growing and becoming more interesting. As we add services, this becomes a valuable tool for architects, for IT folks to be able to see all the different pieces that fit together. All right? I love it. I really like this automatically generated diagram based on that little bit of C# code that you have over here that defines the topology, the shape of your application system. So that's living in there and doing a great job, making it very easy to configure our application. And I hope you're seeing the benefits of configuring using C# here. We've had auto-completion helping us out. We've got a rich set of components out there that are easy to bring in and enhance the experience very quickly, right? We've got the ability to use other standard .NET C# interactions. I was showing you how I can do a conditional in configuring the cache. I can that I've already provided some constants for the names of these various features, right? So these resources being managed with C# are being written and delivered in a way that you get a compiler that helps you and shows you when you're doing things right, when you're doing things wrong. Because, right, if I misspell Redis, I've got a compiler error that's going to show up, and my editors tell me, hey, you misspelled this. Furthermore, Copilot knows how to edit and help you with these things. That's great stuff. Okay? So, very easy for us to manage and grow this. We're not concerned about spaces versus tabs. C# doesn't care about spaces. Those YAML files that you use to configure and run Kubernetes, Docker Compose, hey, they're great for running those systems. But you know what? For operationally delivering and defining these things as a developer, this lowers the barrier and reduces the number of silly mistakes that you're going to make before building your application. You're getting help ensuring that your topology that you're defining is correct from the get-go. Let me just double check what else I had here. Let's do the custom Redis containers. J-Rome, let me come back to that in just a minute. There's another container out there for a Microsoft rewritten version of Redis called Garnet that you can use. It uses the exact same Redis API, but I mentioned that calling add Redis here just configures and starts up a container. Well, I can bring in an alternate container. I can specify, go get that container from somewhere else. Maybe your organization has specific container images and versions that you're allowed to use, and you're not allowed to go access Docker directly. Well, you can specify overrides and tell it, you know what? Go get those containers. Right? Yeah. No, not Control-Shift-F. Why aren't you formatting my code? You can specify and say, well, use this image registry. I'm going to GitHub for this one, the GitHub container registry. You might be going to somewhere inside of your organization, a government organization, an enterprise that has a internally managed container registry. Sure. You might want to change the image name that you're going to. Hey, there's a test version of the image that is my nightly build. Go over there. Or a different image tag. You know what? I'm going to lock for right now on version 2. And when I'm ready to roll out and go to the latest image, I'll change to either latest or I'll change to 5 or whatever it might be. And you can alter that behavior. And when I restart the application here, right? You're going to see it's going to reroute, and instead of using that Docker image, right? That was, that was here on the table. It showed you that it was a Docker image. Here comes the dashboard. Now it's going to GitHub and getting Garnet. And the state is unknown because it's still downloading the container in the background. There it is, going and getting it. Right? I can watch Docker pull that image in locally, get it started, and if I go over here, I'll see in just a second that it failed to start. Oh, there's a different entry point for this, isn't there? It's not Redis server, it's something else. We can actually change the command that it starts with. Yeah. Right, that was... Did I put that in the notes for this? I have it written somewhere. But there is a Garnet integration that is available if you want to use that. What I'm forgetting and what I'm not doing right and what I'm not going to be able to do correctly here, there is an with entry point. So you can change the name of the command that it starts with. It was starting with Redis-server. It's a different name in here. I don't know if it's just Garnet or what it is. I don't know. I had it written down and had it on another bit of documentation. So, and if I go back over here, I can't remember if that was the right name. It probably isn't, but let's see if it starts properly. There it is, trying to start. Right, that's like the instance, the hash, the Docker hash for it. Yeah. No. Failed to start. Yeah, I don't have the name correct for that. So, but you can change that up. I'll go dig up where I had it in my documentation and update this appropriately so that when you reference this later, it's correct for you. What is the app name to start? Garnet. And that's on this page. So, yep, I'll get that updated for you. No, I don't do that. Nope. Typically .NET stuff. So, yeah. And the next one we're going to get into is telemetry. And customizing and doing a little bit more with that. Let me go to this question from J. Rome. Hey, am I going to touch on message queuing like RabbitMQ? Adding that to the project. It's not part of this demo. I can show you how to do it if that's something you're interested in seeing. It's actually quite easy to do. I'm going to remove the references to Garnet there. Right, I'll stop the app host there, but if we go back, you can search for these integrations on NuGet.org, and if we search for Aspire RabbitMQ, there's the integration package and there's the client. So this is the package to add into app host. So I'll just copy that command line. Yeah, I'll drop into app host. I'm doing it here on the terminal, but that's okay. .NET add package. There it is added. And I can start to use that. There's no README sitting here, right? Over there. Yeah. Yeah, add RabbitMQ. Right? So we can include that. I'll put it in here. Add RabbitMQ. I can specify credentials that you want to set it up with. Right? The parameter used to provide a username for the RabbitMQ resource. Foo. And then the password to use for it. If not, a random password will be generated. That's okay, right? Because when I actually go to use that and I drop down, and you're gonna see this pattern in other services as we get into database and some other things. I'll do with reference RMQ, right? Let's also do a wait for on that so that we're sure that the queue is up and running. And I'll restart the Aspire system here. Let me... There it goes. There's my dashboard. There's RabbitMQ starting up. And there is documentation on a bunch of methods that are out there that are going to help you use this. It's pulling the container. I don't have RabbitMQ, the container here locally. There it is. Pulled, started, and... Yep, not healthy yet. Give it a second and it will... There we go. So I told it, right? I told it with reference RMQ there. So it's going to pass that reference into the website. And this is where working with Rabbit or some of the other resources like database really becomes amazing. Check this out. Down here, it generates a connection strings variable. And if we look at that, it's giving me, right, the user ID and password guessed, a generated hash, and the location of the service, localhost 55327, right? Localhost 55327. Once again, you don't need to pass that information along, right? It's being generated and managed for you. So if I go back to documentation here, there's a link to the RabbitMQ component, additional documentation for it. And I can scroll down here. You can set up data volumes, just like we talked about for Redis, so that it saves that. Data bind mount, sure. You can turn on the management plugin, right? So that you can interact with that and be able to click through. And get the user interface. That's all built in. Easy for you to turn on. Yeah, right. But when you integrate the client, right? Just like I did with the API. No, shut this down. Right, the application started. So let me go over to the website. I'll add that package, Aspire RabbitMQ client, and it makes that client available. I'm going to want to make that client available to many different classes that I'm going to configure as consumers, right? Or maybe they're publishers, right? Depending on what type of service I'm standing up here. So, right, builder, add RabbitMQ client. And once again here, it wants, right? It wants the name of the connection. Well, we called it over here RMQ. I could put that, and I probably would put, thinking about something like a service bus like Rabbit, I would probably put that in my constants class here so that I could share and eliminate that magic string. But you get the point. When this starts up, all of the configuration for that, where is it? What's my username? What's my password? How do I connect to that? It all of that goes away, right? So back in over here, .NET run this, and when that, right, it's rebuilding the website. There it is running. I don't actually have the queue hooked up to do anything yet. That's okay. I restarted it too soon. What? Try that. Oh, I'm in the website. That's why. Got to be an app host to do that. There we go. There it is. And here's the dashboard. Right, so Cache Insight is starting. There you go. There's the MQ starting up. Oh, I should have done the with management. Let's do that while we're here. Hang on. Right. Right, wasn't that what it's called? With management plugin. Yeah. Oh, wait, that's the client. Oh, I did it again. And restart that. Here it goes. Wrong browser. I'm keeping these separate. There we go. And there's my web address, so I can click through and see the management plugin. The website's still waiting for Rabbit to finish loading. There it goes. The website's running. And I can, well, I don't have a username and password, right? I could steal them out of the connection string over here, but You should probably specify them if you want to use it. Right, so it's guest and it's, right, that thing. There we go. And now I can see my management plugin for Rabbit, so I can watch and see exactly what's going on. Yeah, there you go, J-Rome. So tons of features that you can do here. And of course, because we connected Rabbit up to that, it gets added to my graph, right? My graph now shows that the website is connected to Rabbit and to the API. So if you have multiple background services that you're standing up and running and adding into your Aspire system, you'll be able to see all of those things pointing back to that queue, and you'll get that really nice architecture diagram generated for you. Love it. Oh, it's so good. So that's a little bit of what's going on there. Thanks so much for that question. I appreciate the opportunity to dig in a little bit there on Rabbit and show how queuing adds a little bit more to the capabilities here. Richard with a question here. Richard wants the website to be the first thing that I see, not the dashboard. I believe I believe there's a way to do that. Like, I think there's a way to force the browser to launch. Application URL, blah, 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 blah. There is a way to do that. Let me do a quick search there, because there is a way to make that. And I have it working with one of my other projects. And I don't see it. Let me do some digging for you and get back to you on that. Because I'm positive there is a way to do that. I'm not remembering how to do it right now. Like the website, in the launch settings over here, like that should launch the browser, right? And I don't think, yeah, there's a launch profile name there, and there's a configuration option. There's a way to do it. I don't remember. Let me get back to you on that. So, can you force the dashboard to use a different port, say 8081? Sure. So in app host launch settings, right? You see mine's running on 17051. That is being specified right there. Right? So if I wanted to change that, and let's make it go to, you want it to go to 8081? Sure, let's do that one. Right? .NET run it again. Right, and this is launch settings. This is a standard .NET thing that we have available. There it is. Log into the dashboard at that location. There it is. On localhost 8081. So, it's up to you. There's different ways you can do this. There's a feature coming in 9.4 where you can set up localhost URLs that you can use instead of various port numbers and reroute, so you have real domain names that you're using, even though they're .localhost domain names, which are security constrained to only be accessible and yeah, only accessible on your local machine. So I'm going to roll that back. So glad I got a chance to show that example. Let me see here. So that was Eric's question. Let's go to this one from Kyle. Can you reference multiple repositories or solutions to interact with each other? Yes. It's kind of a lie that we're telling ourselves when you want to bring together multiple solutions or multiple folders with multiple projects that aren't necessarily in the same solution file. Because what you really want is a solution file. A solution file in .NET, in Visual Studio parlance, allows you to take related resources and bring them together so that you can work on them together as a unit. And when you have this type of architecture, that's what you're looking for, is being able to work with them as a unit. But let's say you don't do that. Let's say you don't do that, and you want to reference and use the project's API in your project. This generic syntax is actually it's actually a little bit of syntactic sugar to make it easier for you to just get right to go use that project's API. Here's what you can do. When you specify, you can just say add project, and you don't know where it is. But you can then specify, well, here's the project path. And I can specify that it's up one and it's in the API folder. Go find that, go run that. And with that command in there, when I .NET run, it will go and find that thing, right? If I have it specified properly. Project file start API was not found. I need to put, do I need to put the entire location? Launch profile name, no. Yeah, I need to put api.csproj. Right, and get rid of that. Try it one more time. Found it, launching it. There it is. So those are options that are available. They are out there that you can run and use to help bring together projects that are local here in different folders as one consistent system that you want to work with. All right. So thanks so much for that question. Happy to show that off, even if I stumbled a little bit there at the beginning. Weirdbeard Dev, not sure if I cover it in the DB module. Is there a way to configure? Yes. You can do that configuration, the database configuration, the same way that you do normally with startup a database and scaffold. I can show you in... Where do I have an example of that? That's good. You'll see it as part of this. That it scaffolds and puts it together. Will I show deployment with Aspire? Yes. Yep. Coming. It's coming. We've got plenty of time left here in the workshop together. Is there a way to manually apply migrations on the database? Sure. Once it's running and right, I can right. Let me change this back. Just to make this right consistent with the way that my other code is, and I'm gonna also remove the reference to RabbitMQ over here. Just to simplify a little bit as we're going through the demos. Which means I can remove those as well. All right. I can force a port number here with host port and force it to be on a specific port so that when my application runs, I can run a PowerShell script, a bash script, another application altogether, and I know that port. Go connect over there and do your migration, do your thing. Because now that service is anchored to that network port and it'll always be there. So, and of course, right, knock it down, restart it, keep the data volume, delete the data volume, right? Don't make it persistent for whatever your scenario is that's important to you. So, another way that I've done migrations and run scripts, I've had another project added, just an exe project added to the solution that has all of that logic about how to do migrations, the various database scripts to run, so that that project would start after the database, before the website, apply the migrations. The website would wait for the migrations app to finish and then start up. So I had that nice scripted process. Building that middle application to do the migrations, a pain in the neck. And I don't want to do that every time. But I have a model now that I can follow and do that each time now. Scott with a question there. If you have multiple projects, say an exe and a website that both reference another project, would it be better or even available to have one solution and toggle which starts with Aspire? Oh, I got you on this one. Check this out. You know what? I don't want to start the website with Aspire. What is it? With explicit start. So now I need to explicitly start that project, right? So it's going to start things up. I'll jump over here to dashboard. I'll close you for right now. Close you, right? And the website is not started. So Scott, to your question, I only want to start one or the other, but have them both in the same Aspire location. Maybe there's a background processing agent that you don't always want to be testing, right? Because you're not always pushing things into the RabbitMQ to be able to parse and work with. That's okay. When it's started and you want to use it, just click the start button and jump in. So, with explicit start is that command. And I believe you can add that to pretty much all of the services here, right? So if I move that up here and put it on Redis, right? Shut that down, restart this whole thing. Because I put it on something that everybody else is dependent on, it's going to look like a train wreck in here. Watch this. Or, well, it's already started because I have it on persistent. Well, that didn't work. Fine, I'll move you down to, yeah, the API. There we go. Do that one. Restart. So, yeah. Come on now. There's the dashboard. So Cache Insight is starting, but API isn't started, and the website depends on the API, so the website's not going to start either. So those downstream projects that had the wait for, right? We had configured and specified right? The website waits for the API to start. Because the API isn't started, neither is the website. So when I start the API, everything starts up. So there you go. All right. So that gives you that control of being able to stop an entire, or explicitly hold off starting an entire chain, an entire area of your application system, and only start it when you're ready to, right? Move that explicit start around because, okay, you want to work on this piece and those other parts over there, you want those to not necessarily start automatically. Move those around as you need to, right? Or even write your own extension methods so that you can provide configuration to turn on and off different things, right? Those are possibilities you can do too, because you have the full power of .NET and C#. So extend and run in the way that makes you happy. Ice Cream Stick Model asks, how does Aspire... Yeah, let's go to this. How does Aspire know what projects are related to each other in order to draw that graph? Right? Let me pull that over there. It's building this based on the declarations that are in the app host project. So I'll go back over. Here's the app host project, right? There's the Redis project. The Redis resource, it's up there. Redis is bringing in Redis Insight. So Redis Insight is included, and it depends on that cache. That's part of that feature. But down here, the API, when we tell it with reference, it draws the line. So here, the API draws that dotted line over to the cache. Similarly, the website with reference API draws the line over to the API. It's just rendering the configuration that you specified with the app host. So, no magic. It's literally using the architecture you specified to generate an image. Thanks for the question. Yeah. It is pretty cool stuff, Scott. It is. And this is why, before I get into some of the more advanced, more interesting things that we're going to start doing here, this is why I believe all projects should use Aspire to start with. Should. Now, there was, some folks have asked, well, can you use this with like, with other executables that are sitting on disk? Sure. Add executable. Right? And I could specify, well, here's the name of that resource, the command to execute, and the directory to execute that in. Done. Yes. And it will start up and run that for you. Very cool. Ice Cream Stick Model asks, without the with reference, does it not know what projects are related? Yes, that's correct. So if I remove, right, I'll just remove the with reference and wait for API there. And restart this. Right, so restarting, launched, back over here. And it doesn't know what these things are. Right? It knows there's a website, it knows there's an API. The website now doesn't know about the API. It doesn't know where to find this. By using the with reference, it provides that connection. Right? Look, I'll view details on the website. It doesn't know. Go away. It doesn't know the services down here of where the API is. The website knows where to publish its telemetry, but it doesn't know how to find the API. We could hard code it, but that's what with reference does. It provides that service discovery so that it will find and return that information. Connect those things together. And importantly, when we get to the production space and we do some of the publication stuff that we'll see in another module or two here, it will automatically make these connections. All right. So there we go. All right. Good questions there. Billy Cool asking, how well are the AIs trained? I'm not going to put this one on screen. How well are the AIs trained on Aspire content? If you look at the various models, right, that are included with GitHub Copilot, the GPT models, not very, these ones aren't very much, aren't up to speed too well. Gemini, I think, is in a better place with .NET Aspire. I think it knows it. 04 Mini, I believe, knows it as well. Claude Sonnet 3.5 doesn't really know it. 3.7 starts to know it. 4 knows it. It knows Aspire. That said, though, don't be afraid to use the fetch command to point it to the Aspire documentation and have it loaded up. Or, yep, Chris is hitting it right there. You can set up the Learn Docs MCP server and have it connect and search that. There's the Playwright one. I have the Learn Docs here. There it is. And it will search those, right? So if we turn this around and put it into ask mode, what do the Learn documents say about adding RabbitMQ to my system with security options? And it will teach itself. It'll go to that MCP to search the Learn documentation and come back and tell me, well, here's what I think. Right? So searching the code base, but it's going to hit the MCP. It should hit the MCP. Do that again. Did I? Official documents. Do that. And it went and it's not showing me that it hit it. But it says based on the documentation. Here it is. And security options and so forth. So, right? You can force it to learn about those things. So, and of course you can use MCPs with some of the other services and editors, and they will help you get to that documentation and force those AIs to know more about .NET Aspire. So, great question. All right. Let me head back over to the chat here. I should have put, you know what? I haven't put up the map in a little bit. We haven't played with the map. There are 56 locations on the map. Thank you so much to all of our friends. Yeah, put the map back up. All of our friends that have shared their locations here. We got a bunch of folks in Europe, a bunch of folks in the States, a couple people in Africa. I know it's nighttime over here in Australia and Western Asia. Thank you so much to those folks that have tuned in, stayed up late to join us. There's a bit more we're going to go through here, getting into some other topics, but thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, go ahead. We got a hat now in Finland. Got a couple more locations there in Ireland, another location in Ireland. Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing your locations, but dropping some pins on the map to sign off and sound off from where you're tuned in and watching. Great stuff. Thank you so much, everybody that's participating and watching today's workshop, this stream, as we're working through and learning more about .NET Aspire together. I need to make sure I go to a message and thank thank our sponsors real quick here. They've been helping us out. Big thanks to folks like Particular Software, Progress Telerik, Growth Acceleration Partners, DevExpress, Iron Software, and Sync Fusion for helping to promote and share information about this workshop we're working on today. They've provided some materials for a swag bag. You can enter a giveaway, a raffle for those. They'll be drawing names later today. Head to this location. I will share that link in chat. There it is in chat, so you can click through to it, fill out a little bit of information, and you'll be entered into the raffle to potentially win $150 in Amazon gift cards. So, big thanks to them for their support, for helping us out on today's stream. Let me head back over. We're going to say thank you to another one of our sponsors here. Yeah, there we go. Let me pause the music. And, there we go. Let me say thanks to the folks at DevExpress. They asked me to record a little bit of a message for them. But while we're taking a few moments here to hear from DevExpress, to get ready for our next module, get up, stretch, get yourself something to eat, take care of the bio break you might need, go get a beverage, have a moment for yourself. We're going to be here. We're going to continue going for a bit. If it's late where you are and you want to go, call it a night there. That's great. This is all being recorded and will be available to you immediately when we're through the workshop. But let's say thanks to our friends from DevExpress. Hey friends, Jeff Fritz here. Lots going on with our friends over at DevExpress. First off, a little show that I do with my friend Carl Franklin. If you're building with Blazor and you've ever found yourself scratching your head over a weird bug and thinking, why does this work? You got to check out the Blazor Puzzle. Every week, Carl and I dig into real-world Blazor problems, some sent in by you, the community, and we walk through them and how to solve those puzzles together. Sometimes it's about performance, sometimes it's about JavaScript interop, and sometimes it's just plain weird. The best part, these are the kinds of issues that you're actually going to face as a Blazor developer, not just demo scenarios. And we always solve them the Blazor way. So, check it out on the DevExpress YouTube channel. We usually stream every Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern. And in the theme of today's bootcamp, DevExpress has AI. Introducing Copilot-inspired UX, engage users and simplify communication. The DevExpress Blazor AI chat component allows you to bring in Copilot-like AI-powered assistance into your next great Blazor app. Use the Blazor chat component alongside AI to transform user interactions with dynamic and responsive chat-based interfaces. And with the DevExpress JavaScript-based DevExtreme Chat UI component, you can incorporate AI-powered app assistants, create Copilot-inspired user interfaces, ASP.NET, Angular, React, and Vue. To integrate these capabilities within your next DevExtreme-powered web app, simply set up the appropriate AI services on the back end. Go ahead and connect to those. DevExpress's AI-powered extensions incorporate advanced natural language or NLP capabilities and transform your WinForms, WPF, and Blazor apps. These extensions work with OpenAI, Azure, Ollama, and Semantic Kernel. The DevExpress AI-powered extensions are included in the following DevExpress subscriptions: Universal, DevExtreme, Reports, WinForms, WPF, ASP.NET, and Blazor. So go to devexpress.com/try for a free 30-day trial to see the DevExpress difference today. Oh man, big thanks to the folks at DevExpress for their support. I thought I turned off those Excuse me, those retorts from Charlie. No matter. We're all right there. Get the music playing again. There we go. Let's see. Where'd it go? Jay. I saw a message there from Jay. There we go. You got interested, you went and checked out. Yeah, that's a more sophisticated sample that you're looking at. I wanted to particularly make this a simple example that has just a few moving pieces. The eShop sample that you're looking at has many moving pieces. All right. Let me see here. Yeah, I wasn't in agent mode. It would use agent mode to hit the MCP. I was in ask mode. Yep, you're right. You're right, Harsh. David says that I and Carl Franklin are your favorites. Thank you. Oh yeah. I've known Carl since 2012, so 13 years. So, Carl and Richard, great friends. Happy, always a great time when I get to spend time with them and talking tech, working on tech together, teaching about tech. A lot of fun. And we have that podcast that we do, the Blazor Puzzle, where we talk about and teach about Blazor features and capabilities once a week there. There we go. All right. Moving on, shall we? Lots more that I want to cover as part of this. So the next module we're going to talk about is about custom metrics and telemetry. So we've already had some folks ask questions about, hey, I want to extend and put more information into the logs. I want to create additional metrics that are important to my application as business metrics that I want to be able to track and interact with. How do I do that? How can I get into that? And that's what Module 6 here has to do with. So I will share that link to the module there in chat. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, you can find in the description just below, there's a link to the workshop, so you can click through and you can go to the workshop and go find Module 6, where we're going to get started as part of this segment. And if you're watching on Twitch, there's the link. Go click it. All right. Let's talk about enhancing the telemetry. Shall we? Let's get into this. Head back over to the code. All right. We saw structured logging. We saw some metrics. We saw distributed tracing. But we're going to enhance and add more information here to make this more compelling for our business scenario. Extend, make it more interesting and appropriate for other things that we want to log or keep track of. So we're going to create diagnostic infrastructure for metrics and tracing, because these two really do go hand in hand. We're going to implement structured logging by introducing scopes and some semantic context around that. We're going to add some custom metrics for tracking application behavior, use the distributed tracing to follow some requests through the system, and we're going to test and observe that on the dashboard. So let's get into this. You've seen how Open Telemetry is set up. We did that just an hour, 2 hours ago here on the workshop. It configures that structured logging using some sensible defaults for ASP.NET Core, HTTP client, the .NET runtime. But we're going to go and introduce a custom metric. And let's go a little bit off script on this. I enjoy going off script on this, chat. Let's go a little bit off script and have a little bit of fun with this. So we're going to define a custom metric and add this in for our API. So let's go create a new class inside of our API that's going to define our custom metrics we're going to introduce here. So inside the API project up here, I'm just going to add a class here. I don't care what it's called. And paste in that content. We need to make sure we have the right namespace. Right, and the namespace is API. That's fine. And down here, we're going to rename that file. I don't want to type the file name. There it is. Go use it. We need some using statements for these. Then that's a using of system diagnostics metrics. Just control dot and it fills it in for you. We need the activity source, another using for diagnostics. You totally heard custard metrics. Oh, no. No. So we're defining these metrics that are specific to the National Weather Service Manager. Okay? Let's dig in and learn a little bit more about what these things are. I'm going to put some carriage returns in here so that you can see these on a larger, on a smaller screen because they're wrapping here. And on a larger screen, you'd be able to see this a little bit better. But I want to make it a little bit more visible for you. Okay? So our meter defines the metric that's going to be calculating all the things that we log for it, right? Inside of it, we have counters and histograms, and I forget, there's one or two other metric types that we can collect. Counters and histogram are the ones that you're typically going to use. So a counter is just an always incrementing number. And you define these metrics with an ID that's typically all lowercase. Some sort of description to go with it. So we're going to create a counter that is an integer that is the forecast request total. So every time there's a forecast, we're just going to increment this counter. Increment it. All right, there's another request to go. We're going to create a histogram. So a histogram not only counts number of times that it's been interacted with, but it also includes durations that things took place. So we're going to store a double for the duration in seconds that it took for us to get a forecast. We're going to keep a failed request counter, so we keep track of the number of failed requests. That's an always incrementing counter. We're going to identify if we hit the cache. Did we hit the cache? Go ahead and we'll count that as well. And did we miss the cache? Save that. And our activity source is going to help us with introducing additional custom logging capabilities. So we'll have this activity source that our logger will add information to. So we have that definition. Yep, that's right. So what I just explained, there's all that. We need to register that meter and the activity source, right? So with metrics, right, that's a meter. That's a series of statistics and numbers that we're going to collect. So we have to add that. With tracing, we're enhancing logging with additional information that we're generating. And we have to add source, and you give it that named NWS manager source that we declared up here. If you're like me and you're seeing these magic strings being passed around and you're getting the willies around it, I agree. I would prefer to put these into constants and just pass around that constant name. But for now, just to make this simple, I'm going to work with those strings to make it very clearly visible what we're working on. And this is services add open telemetry. So it can be anywhere in here. I'll just put it right there. All right. So now our API project knows about this meter and this additional diagnostic source for logging. So now let's go to where we connect out in the National Weather Service Manager, and I'm going to enhance the method that actually goes and fetches, right? Where is it? Yeah, where it actually does the API call. We're going to go and and wrap it with this statistical tracking of here's what we're doing. All right. Let me copy in a little bit of this all the way down to here, and then we'll talk about those features. So this, yep, NWS Manager. So right in, not zones, get forecast. Here we go. And I'll paste that in, and we will format a little bit. I need to receive the logger, right? It didn't add the logger anywhere here. Oh, well, we get to add it. That's fine. That's fine. So I will add iLogger of type NWS Manager called logger. So continuing down here, we need a reference to our diagnostic resource so we can use the stopwatch so we can keep track of times on things. So what this is going to do, it's going to create a scope, a log scope, right? Everything that happens within this scope is in the same context. This is one unit of logging, okay? We're going to attach to that a couple of parameters. A zone ID, that's that unique primary key for the weather station that we're going to fetch data about, and the request number. Which request is this that we did? Just a number so that we can keep track of those. Did we have a forecast count somewhere here? Is that already? Okay, good. It was already written. Just making sure I didn't forget something, because that would be awful. So we created the log scope. Now we're going to add to the request counter, right? So just to remind you, this is the number of forecast requests. Go grab that forecast request counter, and we're going to increment it. Add one. Here's another request. Start the stopwatch, and let's start a trace activity. We set up the scope. Let's begin that trace activity, and we're going to call this activity Get Forecast by Zone Async. We're going to add a tag to it that is the zone ID. Now, that's not bad, right? What if we also added? Let's go off script here again, Fritz. What if we also added the state abbreviation, right? If we look at the zones all have a name, an ID. Oh gosh, I've scrolled too far. Right? That starts with the state abbreviation. A Z character, right? Z character, and then some 3-digit number. Right? So here's a Texas zone, Davis Mountains, TXZ277. So let's just strip off the first two characters and call that the state. And let's add that as another tag to this. So do we have an activity? Because we're listening for it. So you add that null check for this. And I'm going to call this zone.state. And let's take the zone ID and let's just take the first two characters. Right? Yeah, take two characters. And let's right, we can just string that, right? Yeah. All right. So I'm completely off script here. That looks good. So we'll have the states together. So we'll be able to group together and say, let's see how the Alaska request performed, how the Texas request performed. So we're going to log and add information here that says, okay, add to the log starting forecast request for zone. And we're going to continue down here. There's that random exception we're throwing. right? And there's where it actually does the request. Let's get some more of that configuration here. So after it does the request, right, there's a bunch of things that we're going to do here. So instead of returning forecasts, properties, period, select, right, we're going to push that. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Just before that, stop the stopwatch. Forecast request duration, we're going to record how long it took. Stopwatch elapsed total seconds. Right, and actually, we should put that in a duration first. Right? Let's go grab that. And, yeah. Elapsed. Yeah, elapsed. So, we get that, time span for here's the amount of time that elapsed on the stopwatch. The stopwatch is now dead to me. I don't need it anymore. Because now I can change this to duration, and now duration total milliseconds. I'm going to log with this statement, retrieve forecast for zone in this number of milliseconds with certain number of periods that came back, right? Certain number of dates and forecast periods that came back. Now, that was inside of a try block, and I didn't include that try statement up at the top. Give me that. Right? Because I also want to catch the exception here. Yep. Let's catch an HTTP request exception. There it is. And we're going to record those failures in our diagnostics. I think I need one more curly brace. There we go. So if it failed, increment the number of failed requests and mark that we failed on making this request. And we're going to log the error, including that exception so that we can get the entire stack trace along with an appropriate message that shows that we hit and had an error. So we marked request success true when everything came through properly, and just before we send out that response. I don't know what that was, but I'm turning on streamer mode over here. There we go. Fantastic. All right. So I've enhanced my request so that I've got a little bit more information that's interesting and compelling for me that's being logged and recorded in my metrics. Let's restart this thing. So .NET run. We'll start it up. We'll click through and look at a couple entries on the dashboard, and then we'll come back and see what the metrics are and what the logs reflect with this additional information. All right, so it says dashboard is up. There it is. So I still have the API not starting automatically. That's fine. Yep, there we go. So let's click through to a couple of these. So there's some in Alaska. Let's look for some in Pennsylvania, my home state. So Potter County. Yep. Now let's do one more just for fun. All right. And let's grab one more. Let's go to New York. Sure. Right. I don't know. I'm just clicking through to generate some data. So, coming back over here, if we look at our traces, right, here's our requests that went through and interacted. So when I click to this now, right, get forecast by zone, and you see there's a bunch of little markers in there. These are the log statements. And when I click on the actions over here and I say structured logs, it shows me those additional structured logs that we created to put in here. Look at this, right? Started forecast, right? This could be whatever business logic, whatever extra logging information you want to see. We added this extra information, and we can jump right into that trace again and see exactly what that larger interaction was that it was a part of, right? So I've got everything that the API service did putting together in one place here that's easier for me to track. We also added metrics. So if I go over to the metrics and we check the API service, now we have NWS Manager metrics. And I can see the total number of requests, and we can see it ramped up quickly here because I did add a bunch of these. And we can look at the duration in seconds, and we can see all these requests that went out to the National Weather Service, right? And I can further see, right, the entire count, but I get that histogram of here's where they all occurred. I can see that as a table here so that I can potentially interact and see more information. Now, I'm supposed to have, and I don't see it here, I'm supposed to have those other tags that we added. Oh, they're on the log, not on the metric. I get it. So if I go back, I thought I had, hang on. Yeah, those filters. There's a way to add those filters to the metrics that I'm logging. Stand by. When I recorded this... Ah, there it is, the tag list. Yes. So I can pass in tags to allow some filtering there, right? I thought... Or, right, is that... It's a read-only span of key value pair for a tag. Didn't I have a dictionary of these? I can pass them as individuals there. Fine. Yeah. Let's pass those in. Right here. Right? So it was a key value pair, string object, and the values are that zone ID and zone ID. Let's put some character returns in here, right? Because that is a long statement. All right. And I want a new key value pair. Yeah. And I'll add the zone state, and I'm just going to grab zone ID. Let's just do substring 0, 2. Give me the first two characters, right? Do that one more time. How is it in displaying exceptions? Yeah, let's... We can go through and take a look at that as well while we're in here. No. And back over to app host, I want the API to start. I still have that with explicit start in there. Yeah, go away. Do it again. I still have coffee. I can't believe it. Ah, come on now. Do it again. Not sure what's hanging on to stuff out there for me. Feels like something's not shutting down properly. There we go. Right. Everything started up. Back over to here. So, just grab a couple of these. And there was a point where there was an error. We've probably hit that by now. Right. So, there's the error reported in the middle of that interaction. Right. And there's the exception that's being logged. I can go up to that trace and I can see the entire interaction. But you can also see there's, right, look at all that stuff in there. I can view the logs for exactly what was logged there, and it's just starting to forecast inside my little interaction, right? If we look at NWS Manager again, right? Starting forecast, and it threw the exception, and it stops. It doesn't know what to do at that point, right? That's just an exception. So what I should do, right, so that I log properly, catch the generic exception, EX, right? Yeah. Logger, log error. I can just pass through the exception. I'm not going to pass through any parameters. Just, there's the exception. Right? We can do that? No? I need a message? Okay, fine. Unhandled exception. Right? And rethrow. Let's try and make that just a little more interesting. Yes, filtering is exactly what we're going to be doing. And the cache hits, we can't really pull. Because it's coming out of output cache. So we don't, our code isn't even running when it hits output cache. So, yeah, it's still knocking that down. Why is that? Yeah, look at all those API hosts out there. I gotta be careful because one of them is Charlie. There we go. Do it again. So, let's take a look at how this displays exceptions now, since I put that extra error handler in there. Is it possible to set up Aspire a multi-repo scenario where traces, metrics, and service discovery works? Yes. Absolutely. And I showed a little bit of that maybe an hour ago. So, here we go. So, right, click through a couple of these. And back in here, no exceptions. Oh, they're cached. And that's a good one. The Arctic ones haven't been reporting back properly. Those ones are going to be errors. I'm sure of it. So there we go. Now we're seeing some errors. So in the structured logging, failed to retrieve forecast internal server error, right? Resilience event occurred on timeout, error getting forecast. And there's an error handler that presents it over here. But I can see those errors. And when I look in the traces, right? It puts these red dots to show you, hey, there's an error here. So if we click into one of these, right, there it's trying again and again and again, because we have resilience built in to go get that data from the National Weather Service. And if we look at that get forecast and view the logs here, right? So this is trying to get it for that Arctic zone, and it just never gets to it, and there's an internal server error that happens. So the resilience error, the one that we're faking a little bit here, looks better inside of, yeah, it looks better inside of here, right? So view those logs. There's the unhandled exception, right? I caught it, I logged the error, done. It all works automatically. There's a configuration you need to submit to go to application insights, but yep, wires up automatically. Yep. So that's kind of cool. I wanted to also put some of the, right, let's add Ohio. I'll choose, and we'll just click through to a couple of these. Cool. So now, look, I've got some other errors coming through. That's fine, right? Those are the Alaskan errors. And on the bigger trace, we can see work just fine. But if I go over to the metrics now, we added that extra tagging. So there we go. Failed request total. That's now appearing, and I can see my failed requests. My request duration in seconds. Now I can see those, and now I can filter, because I added those key value pair tags to the metrics. I can filter and zoom in on a specific zone, or I can say, you know what? Let's filter on just Alaska. And I can see how long just Alaska is taking, or just Ohio, and there's just my Ohio requests. So all automatically, when you decide to include extra information as you build and define additional metrics that you want to log, that are important for your business. If you've seen with Charlie, let me show you. I did something similar with Charlie, where, so Charlie the chatbot, that sounds like a comic book character's name, has structured log. It's running in .NET Aspire right now in the background. But I've added some custom metrics for Charlie so that I can see how much I'm using OpenAI. So I can see my total requests here that have been going on, that I've made during this stream. I can see the response time that it took to get a response from Azure OpenAI. I can see how many tokens I've used interacting with them. Right? And I can see a relative cost that I've put through here. And I think this is supposed to be, I don't know what these numbers are on the left. It doesn't make sense to me. But I've added, these aren't metrics that ASP.NET is going to collect for you, or Microsoft Extensions AI. I wrote this. It was important to me to log this information so that I could get that metric of, well, how long is the AI taking to respond? And how many tokens am I using? And I can clearly come in and see exactly what's going on, because these are relevant business metrics that I want to capture. So, and there's all the pieces of Charlie that are running in the background there. Great stuff that you're enabled, and you get out of the box with the dashboard, and all of those tags and scopes and additional information. If you're logging to Prometheus and putting on a Grafana dashboard, those data points all appear with you. Or Azure App Insights, Datadog, SolarWinds, choose some other third-party provider. They all get logged and carried along with you. There is nothing special, no enhanced treatment that's given. because you're on the dashboard. You're going to a Microsoft service. Everybody gets the same telemetry sent. All right? Let me catch up a little bit on chat there. We saw how it displays exceptions. Filtering or telling when the API call uses the cache. Yeah, because I'm using output cache to determine the caching, I don't really have a way to determine if it's a cache hit or not directly. If I was by hand storing things in Redis, here's the value for this, and fetching things from Redis, I'd be able to tell if there was a cache hit. But output cache is not, I don't think it's one of the output cache hits. I don't think is one of the, yeah, it's not one of the default metrics that are reported, but that would be a great metric to include in here, and a fantastic suggestion to go back to the ASP.NET team. Topher, how you doing there? You've been adding OTel metrics to a lot of areas of your application recently. Really, really nice. We use Prometheus and Grafana, but Aspire when we run through Docker locally. There you go. All works so nicely. Yes. Yes. Can metrics be shared by multiple applications? I think so. But the grouping level is by resource. So even if you could share metrics across multiple resources, they're grouped by resource here. So sure, but you've got it aggregated at this level. So you have two APIs both using AI services and want to see combined usage. Yeah, the total here is at the resource level. So I don't think you're going to clearly get that breakdown. So, but I completely see where you're coming from on that, and that would be fantastic. All right. Let me... oh, okay. That's a great question, Ice Cream Stick Model. Yes. Let me go to that one because that is... Oh, yeah. Ice Cream Stick Model asks, if you have a multi-tenant application, can you separate the logs per tenant? So when you have a multi-tenant application, right, there's two models that you can go with. You can set up an instance of a server instance per tenant, right? Or database instance per tenant. And the other way you can go is, right, a shared instance that's split up in information sent in different ways. If you have separate instances, sure, that's done automatically because you have different resources for each one of those tenants. But you can use tagging to tag the logs, right? Let me see here. Do we have a tag on these that I can filter by? Come on. No. There's zone ID. I thought, did I write zone state? Yeah, contains PA. No, I didn't do PA. OH. Right? Apply filter. And now I can see all of the Ohio traces and zoom in at that level. That zone ID... It's not that. Huh. And that's on the forecast. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Oh, it's right there on the log scope. That's the where it's being locked down to. So you could certainly add another one here that says tenant and put your tenant's ID on that. Sure. It's not going to make it completely separate, but it will allow you to filter that. So, yeah, I hope that helps. No, I want to clear all filters. No. Yeah, disable all filters. There we go. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the question. Ice cream stick model. Goes? Is it goes in the machine? I like that. Goes in the machine. Is it possible to simulate latency between the services in Aspire? That's a great idea. I don't think there's a way to natively do that right now, but that is a great idea. To add some latency. I don't think so. Right? No. I like that idea. Let me go back to the team on that one, because for the purposes of testing, that it would be a really good feature. Yeah. Let me dig into that and see what I can come up with. Napalm suggests you could use WireMock. You would want to insert WireMock into the managed network between these resources and tell it to start and stop. I believe the control plane that manages those interactions, that's where I would inject it with dial-up speeds. You can build something to monitor user interactions, like an event viewer of sorts. Sure, you can do that. Yep. That's very doable. So, I think, is that the end of that module? Because this was a quick one, but it's, yeah, here we go. If you wanted to add it for Azure Monitor, and we have an application insights connection string in service defaults, use Azure Monitor and it will publish appropriately. Just send everything over there. So, yep. Add that package and away it goes. So, next one we want to talk about is database. Some of the concepts of this one we got into when we dipped our toe into RabbitMQ. Trying to keep an eye on the time. I need to run another commercial because I haven't been running enough of them frequently enough. So I need to catch up a little bit here. Let me pause briefly. Get up, stretch. If you're watching me on the big screen TV at home in the family room, hello. It's fantastic that you've been here. You're watching all this time. There's a lot more that we want to get into. We want to talk about. And I got to thank some of our sponsor friends that are helping us out with this. And I'm going to go on and bring in our friends from Telerik. I'm a former Telerik employee. That's well known in my public bio. So always happy to work with them and see how they're growing and doing new things with the business, new products they're working on. And they asked me to record a video, and I'll share that now. Progress is Telerik and Kendo UI award-winning suite of enterprise-grade UI components just got a whole lot smarter. Introducing the Telerik and Kendo UI AI coding assistants. These are purpose-built tools trained specifically on Telerik and Kendo UI suites. With these assistants, you can generate production-ready code instantly, saving you from manual fixes and tedious UI adjustments. The AI coding assistants work as a GitHub Copilot extension or an MCP server and tool within virtually any IDE, ensuring you get high-quality code for Telerik UI or Kendo UI components quickly and efficiently. This saves valuable time, letting you focus on building features and delivering projects faster than ever before. Powered by extensive Telerik and Kendo UI documentation, APIs, source code, and examples, these assistants provide contextual intelligence tailored to your needs. It's like having a Telerik or Kendo UI expert by your side 24/7. Prefer to use AI in agent mode? With the MCP, you can trust in agentic workflows and code changes, all backed by deep knowledge of Telerik and Kendo UI components. AI is transforming the way developers work. The Telerik and Kendo UI AI coding assistants deliver the accuracy and reliability you need to stay ahead of it. Best of all, the AI coding assistants are included with your DevCraft Telerik UI for Blazor, Kendo UI, or Kendo React subscription. Ready to see the difference? Give these tools a try for free today. Check them out at telerik.com/try. I know when those lower third entries appear that we're almost done the commercial. It's time to get back. Get yourself sitting down there, Fritz. We've got a stream to resume. I'll get the music restarted here. So, all right. I need to change hats. We change hats every module here. Oh. Go to my very well worn Penn State dad hat. So, we've covered a lot of ground, right? That last module with the metrics was the first one where I think we've stepped out of the I'm just using sensible defaults. I'm just using the things that Aspire shipped with, and I got great interactions already, right? Nothing to see here, hand wavy, it just works. And I get to see it manage things, and I can do traces, and it's good enough. That next layer of customization, you saw where I put it in with the chatbot. Hey, log the tokens that I'm using. Hey, go in and log the number of times that we hit the AI. Great stuff. Good insight that we get that adds additional business value. Not just, hey, we're looking at how the machines are performing, but getting extra insight like that that's appropriate for our application. Huge benefit that you're not just going to see on your development machine, but when you get into production and you can start to see those numbers in Azure App Insights, in your Grafana dashboard, your Datadog dashboard, massive value that you're creating for the business unit that wants that dashboard that doesn't just say, hey, we had 5,000 visitors to the website last month. No, I had 5,000 visitors to the website last month, and they put 10,000 objects in their shopping carts. Well, wait a sec. That's a little bit more interesting. Okay. And of those folks that put items in their shopping carts, these are the number of folks that checked out, that purchased those things. And here's the average number of items that they had in their shopping carts. Now, those are things that you can get out of the database, but to be able to see that in the logs that might not be in the database, well, now that is interesting. Those are business value that you want to be able to provide and work with. So, all right. Let's talk about database. I'm going to tell you that there are many different database vendors that you can use and work with in .NET Aspire. When you're working locally, there's of course, depending on the horsepower that you have on your machines, you can choose and start up and run. You want to run MySQL, you want to run MongoDB, you want to run RhinoDB, you want to run the Cosmos DB emulator. You can do all of those. SQL Server is out there, what have you. For demos, that I give here on stream, where that I'm doing, where I've got recording, and the horsepower capabilities of my machine are going to be stressed a little bit by putting extra things in there. And I like to use Postgres because it's lightweight and doesn't use a lot of processor. So there isn't as much pressure on the machine while we're going through and doing work. Where if we used one of those bigger databases, we could put some extra pressure on the machine, some extra stress. And I just want to make sure that I balance that out appropriately as I'm delivering content and sharing with you here. All right. Just catching up here. Fantastic. You use Postgres also? Yeah. Great stuff. Let's talk about and get Postgres into our data, into our system here, so that we can store things like our favorites. So, 1 second here. Fantastic. All right. Keeping things on the up and up. No, we're good. All right. Good. Vector PG, yeah, that's a very good idea. A lot of folks are enjoying the vectorization features of Postgres. Let's head over to the code and let's start diving into this. So we're going to take our little weather website and we're going to allow you to save your favorites. Put a little star next to the locations that are your favorites that you want to be able to just filter down to real quick to allow you to explore and see the weather forecasts for those locations. And we're going to introduce that persistent memory by bringing in Postgres here. So you can install the package by copying in the package for the integration, right? I'm actually going to call this directly. Let me just install package and add that into, there we go, VS Code, right? Open up that, shut down app host, and let's add that package for the Aspire hosting Postgres. So this will download that package, all the configuration to do logging, tracing, and whatnot, and it's added into my app host project. So now I can configure and work with Postgres. So let's add Postgres into our definition up here. So right after the cache, I'll just paste that in. And right away, this is starting to look and feel repetitive is not giving it enough credit. It's starting to look and feel like a common pattern that we can apply to many of the resources we want to work with. Builder add Postgres. So it creates a container that's going to run the Postgres database server, and we're going to call it Postgres. We're going to create a data volume, and it's not read-only. We want to save the data from our database to disk. And then we're going to add a database, right? A database instance inside of that Postgres database server, right? Called WeatherDB. Cool. Is everything I'll show with Postgres also possible to do with Microsoft SQL? Yes. Yep. Builder add project, we're going to add a reference for the weather database and wait for the Postgres database to be working. So let's add those references with reference, and I want to make sure the weather database is running, and I want to wait for the database server to be running. That makes sense. Time to use extension methods. I like the way you're thinking. Going back to what we've been saying about configuring all of these resources here inside of our app host, this is getting to be a little bit more than one page here, which is a lot. You can move these out to extension methods, to other files, so that it becomes very clear here. Add database, add website, and we're just passing references between those couple items. And it then gets a lot cleaner and easier to follow what's going along there, right? I mean, right, let's do that just real quick to illustrate. Public static class, and let's call this web extensions, right? I don't know. And we're going to extend the builder here, iDistributed Application Builder, right? So we want to extend that, and we're going to return one of those. Are we? No. I'm not that. I'm going to return a iResource Builder project resource. Right, take that, and let's call this add website. Right, and let's allow you to pass in the name. Let's allow you to pass in the API, which is another iResource Builder. Project resource. Right, that's the API resource. And I need to make sure that I'm extending. No, I said this for a reason. iDistributed Application Builder. Yeah, and I'll just call that builder like it is all the other places. So we're adding on to that. We're going to pass in, that is a iResource Builder Postgres database resource. Sure. iResource Builder Postgres database resource. That is the database. There we go. And this one down here, that is Postgres server resource, which I don't really need to pass in. Let's not pass that one in. Right, I'm already calling an audible on this and trying something new here. Right, so I can effectively grab that whole thing and just say return on that. Sure. And that is API resource. Wait for the API resource with reference to the database. I think I can say wait for on the database also. Right, so now everything to configure the website. Why don't you like that? Oh, I forgot the static. There we go. Right? So now this whole statement just becomes add website. Make this. The web, the API, and WeatherDB. That's a lot simpler to look at, right? Move this out to another file. All of those lines compressed down to one. Fantastic. So, why not a list of iResource build? Because that's not all what's going in there, right? They're iResource builders of different types, right? I want to make sure that, I mean, yes, these are, I could simplify these, but if there were other items, I would want to other constraints that I want to enforce and check in here, you'd want to do that. You do want to know which one is which, and the strong typing here also helps to shepherd those things incorrectly. However, quite frankly, API resource database doesn't matter, right? Like, so that becomes a lot easier to work with. Will I show off the Aspire roadmap published? No, that's the topic of this workshop is talking about and teaching about how to get started with Aspire. I'm not going to talk about futures as part of this. That's a topic for another time. And quite frankly, next week, the .NET Aspire team wants to cover some of those on a live stream together then. So, okay. So I showed you how you can break that out as an extension method. Once again, bringing C# functionality into our configuration. We know how to do it, so do it. We've added Postgres. Let's also now go and add Entity Framework Core into the website configuration. And there's an Aspire wrapper for this as well. Wait till you see what this does. Because this is another one of those places where we're going to start to see the power of Aspire jump in here. So let's do .NET add package, and I'll just paste in that package name. There you go. So it'll go and install and configure Entity Framework for all that stuff. There you go. And I'm going to create a database context class. Sure. Let's create one of those inside of the website. I don't know, somewhere down here. I don't care what it is because I'm going to replace it. I'm going to rename it, you know what I mean? Give it a namespace. My Weather Hub. Cool. We need some using statements. That's good. I know you have a using statement. Yep. Oh, excuse me. All right. That's all I need for that. And now I'm going to rename the file. Right? Oops. Control dot, rename file, and there it is, saved appropriately. And it knows that there's a set of zone objects out there that we're working with. We need to register that database context so that the website knows how to use that. So back in here, we'll go into here, program CS for the website. I'll replace that RabbitMQ right there. Get a using statement. Notice the connection name is WeatherDB, right? There's another service that we're referencing from AppHost right there. Let's put that into our services collection in common. Right? API, AppHost, common. Right? I'm renaming you. And I'm going to call this just DB. Well, that's not right. There we go. So back over here, I know I want that to have the same name. So it's the name of the database. And here, that connection name is the name of the database. Cool. Hard stop. Have a good one. Thank you so much for tuning in, JRum. All right, so this is registering the database context. Now, notice it's got a slightly different syntax here than what you might be used to seeing. Builder services add database context. This is going to register some other trace information so we can see information about the database execution. Oh, wait till you see this. I need to set up some database initialization here. So this is going to go, where are we putting this? In program CS. Sure. Right? Yeah. App environment, and we're doing app services. Yeah, this is going to go further down. So we'll put it right there. Get required service, my weather context, ensure the database is created. Right? We're just doing some very simple scaffolding. We need to update the web application to support this additional user interface. So we're going to add entity framework using statements to home Razor so that we have a little bit additional content there. Close everything else. Right? So, yep, that's fine. There we go. And we're going to add some properties to the code block. There's a bunch of, this is a bunch of just UI update stuff that I'll simplify in a future update of this. So there's all these properties. I'm going to update on initialized so that it knows how to get favorite zones. Now, why doesn't it like... Right? I injected... It didn't call it my weather context. There we go. All right. And we're going to add a toggle favorite so you can mark things as your favorite. So let's add a method that will allow you to define your favorites. Yeah. There we go. We need to find the zones property, and we're going to update it so that if we're saying show only favorites, only look for the favorites. So let me go up here to the zones property. There's all zones. Here we go. And I'll just replace that. And what these are doing isn't as much. 5 a.m. Oh, Billy, thank you so much for sticking around. And then we're going to add a checkbox to filter it. So just before the quick grid, we're going to give you that checkbox to allow you to define, hey, I'd like to be able to see this. Limit it to just my favorites. And we need a additional column inside the quick grid for that. So I will add it right here. Yeah, you added an extra there. Child content, yes, yes. Yep, that's good. All right. That should be it. And really, the UI updates aren't the big thing that we're looking for here, right? It's how we interact with the database. So, let's run this and take a look. So this is going to introduce the Postgres database, start it up, and put it out there for us to interact with. Unless, of course, I did something wrong. I'm missing a closing div tag. Really? Button, if else, template column. That looks all right. Child content, template column. Yeah, what did I miss? Down in here. Put a div and Where am I missing a closing div? I'm not quite sure. Line 75? You did not pick it up on that. After paginator, that's the end of that. That's the end of the row. No. I have a closing followed by the... Oh, it's right there. It inserted an extra closing div. All right. Try that again. Yeah, line 32 was it. Yep. Thank you, friends. All right. Restarting the dashboard. Here comes the database. The database is online. Here's the website. Go through to the website, and now I have a series of favorites here, and I have a show only favorites. So I want to add my favorite, Philadelphia. Let's put that as a favorite, and I can click through and see that forecast. And if I clear out, let's go search for Manhattan. I'll mark that as a favorite and select that, and I get appropriately their forecast. And if I flip the show only favorites, I get those two showing up, and I can jump right in and see them, right? It's all narrowed down to that. Let's see how the Aspire client improved our experience and how the database interactions occur. Check this out. I'll start off looking at metrics over here, and you see the Postgres database doesn't log metrics, but we do get some trace information. So let's head up here, and you can see, right, it did some work with the weather database there. Terrific. And it only took 5.38 seconds. And if I click into that, right, I can start to see a little bit of information about what was happening in there. There's the database connection string that it used. But there's the database statement it executed. Once again, I didn't have to write this. It generated and gave me all of this information. So I can see exactly what happened on this, right? There are no logs around it because there were no additional logs created. But now I've got the ability, right, to go and look for, right? Give me just the ones that involve the weather database. Nope, I've gotta say, give me them all. All right, fine. Right? So I can get these insert statements right there. And when it did the get, yeah, it didn't have to do a get because it had those all cached locally in the entity framework context. It did the inserts, saved them to the database, and we don't need to write any additional information. The connection string, right? It passes that information on for me. I don't have to write that. I don't have to maintain that. I don't need to pass that around. I don't need to know where the database is running. I don't care where the database is running because it's just defined here. There's the database right there. 3 lines of code, and we're telling the website to use the database. That's it. No other configuration. I don't need to do anything with setting up passwords and users and sharing that information and making sure that it's stored correctly and that the security information. No, don't care. Generate it, randomize it, pass it along. It only runs here. It isn't allowed access to the outside. Done. Done. I wrote that stuff into the database, but how do I mean, right? If I go back over here to the dashboard, like there's the database. It's on 53,799, right? So, I mean, I could start up VS Code's database tools and point to that address and go poke around a little bit. But Aspire has something plugged in to help you. Check this out. I can take that with pgadmin. It's built in. You don't need to install anything else. You don't need to configure any information. Postgres admin, here's the database I want you to connect to. Here's the user ID and password to go use to connect to that. One line of code with pgadmin. There it is, Postgres pgadmin. And when that's running, I'll click into it, but my graph grows. Right? Here's my API. Here's my website. The API connects into Redis cache. The website connects into the WeatherDB database that's hosted on the Postgres database server. There's also a pgadmin service out there that lets me see the Postgres service. So I can... Come on now. What, you downloading or something? It's still starting up. There it goes. Come on. Added one server, starting all that stuff. Come on. Come on now. And just like I did with setting up the Redis cache with persistent containers so it didn't knock it down every time, you can do the same thing with pgadmin and Redis Insight. So they just stay out there and connect to whatever is provided to them. So pgadmin, go refresh. There we go. pgadmin's loading. And go into my list of servers, Postgres, databases. There's my weather database. Open that up. Schemas. There's a public schema hiding in there. Take a look at the tables. Because we have one table called favorite zones. Open that up. Show me all the data that's in there. And I've got a full interaction with the database here in my browser right next to my Aspire dashboard. I can interact, tweak and tune and inspect, and it's all there for you to use. No need to bring in and configure extra things on your machine. It runs in containers. It starts up, there it is, go use it. There isn't a pgadmin or Redis Insight type service for SQL Server, no. So, app host, right, as we've been seeing today, is the orchestrator, the orchestrator file that defines the topology for a .NET Aspire managed system. You can add this to any application. Not just .NET. You can add this to a Node application, to a PHP application, to a Python application, to a Rust or Go application. You can do all these things. So that's the way that you can define the architecture of your application using C#. Get the assistance of a compiler, of packages out there that are normalized and deliver containers running for you without having to spend a lot of time getting all of that configuration done and up and running. And there they are. All right. There's more. Let me catch up here with the chat room. So we've been talking about this all day today. If you're just joining us later, that's okay. All of this is recorded, available on YouTube. There is a set of samples. The sample code that I am showing you is available. Is that the right command? I don't think that's the right command. There you go. There's a link to the sample code. If you want to download it, give it a try, follow along with the recording later, that's all up to you. No problem with it. Could you start SSPS and add it into Aspire? I don't know. I don't think so. You can force the port number on these things so that when you start, right, your SQL Server integration services, your SQL Server reporting services, you can point to that location and start working with it, right? Start up Power BI, point it to one of those locations and generate your graphs and dashboards and whatnot. You can absolutely do that too. Oh, Sean, you've got to give them some documentation, some data to show them. Here's the value that we delivered, and we're going to do more delivery of that. Yeah, SQL Server Management System. You can start and point to, right? So I can force a port on this one, right? With host port. What, it's like 3379. I'm going to make it 3399 just because I can. And it's a weird, different port that I want to show you. I can force it onto whatever port I want. And it will answer there, it will respond there, and I'll be able to interact with it, right? I should have turned on persistent storage. Yeah, go ahead, leave PG admin. We'll get back to you. There's Postgres, and it's listening on TCP localhost 3399. And we don't care, right? I changed the host port, right? I don't care. Check it out. In the details over here, passed into the website, it sends in a connection string. And that connection string has, there's the port, there's your username, there's some random password. Okay. And the database to connect to. Here, we'll open that up. There's the database to connect to. That's all managed for you. Right? The amount of work that you have to do to coordinate and make sure that that connection string is right in all the places, gone. Forget it. You don't need to do that anymore. Aspire does it for you. Right? So, we're getting there. We're getting there. Let me take a look at the, because I've kind of gone off here. Yeah, the other features, other data options, SQL Server, MySQL, MongoDB, and each one of these, SQL Server doesn't have that UI. MySQL has a UI that you can use. MySQL admin pops up. MongoDB, there's a UI that you can use with, I forget the name of the MongoDB web-based UI, but that'll pop up. SQLite feels weird to use. It does, but you can save a SQLite database somewhere on disk and pass that SQLite connection information through, and your applications will be none the wiser. You can use SQL database projects. There is in our community toolkit ways to use database projects. The data API builder. When I showed the SQL Server team Aspire, they went a little nutty and they're like, I need data API builder in there. And they built in integration so you can use data API builder. So phenomenal stuff that you can build and add and bring into your application system. Your application isn't just the website, it's the database it connects to, the file system it writes to. How do you juggle and manage that and make it reproducible for you when you come back to the project in a month, in 2 months, and you don't remember how to coordinate all these things, but also for your teammates so that they get the same great startup experience. We used to talk about this idea of the F5 ability of an open source project. When I download and look at your source code, How much work does it take for me to hit F5, start and run your application? What all do I need to configure? What do I need to do before I can hit F5 in Visual Studio and start and run your application? Maybe you're running a Node application and somebody needs to run npx to get your app off and running. Fantastic. How long does it take for somebody to run Python to get your application up and running? What other things do they have to configure? Don't know. But if we can dramatically simplify that, it increases the documentation of our project because we've declared exactly how things work. And we've simplified and put all of those concerns behind APIs that are good enough, that do the things that we would be doing in an automated way. And I love that. I love all the possibilities with that. Billy's chiming in here and say, but what if I use Excel as my database? I do have several friends that use Excel as a database to save and manage data about their business, about their interactions with other folks. They use Excel. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of businesses start up and run and do all kinds of things with Excel. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's great stuff. You're going to outgrow it. You're going to run into multi-user problems. So while I appreciate the joke, there are folks who do ask those questions, who do want to be able to do that. Can be done, not recommended. So, there's a discussion of integration testing coming up in the next module. I don't think I want to go through it because it's really long, and quite frankly, it's not something that folks were as interested in as deploying and talking about deploying an app. And I'm going to show you how to deploy with the Azure developer command line. And we'll take a look at the steps involved to do that, to deploy our website, and you'll be able to interact with that web framework, right? That we've been building here live on stream in just a minute or two. You're really interested? Billy, my lord, thank you so much for hanging out. I know it is very late where you are. Have a good rest. Yeah, the video, the content will be available immediately. It's recorded and on YouTube. So, Eric asks, the database itself is persisted because of data volume, so restarting it should retain the favorites. Yes, it does. Yep, it does retain the favorites. However, it takes a little bit of time for that Postgres database to start up. So why knock it down? Like, if you don't need to stop it, don't stop it. You can stop it on your own with Docker commands when you're done your session. So, nothing wrong with that. All right. Let's take another breather. Let's take a break. I'm going to skip Module 8 talking about integration testing because I know you really want to see about deployment. You really want to see about configuring continuous integration. And I don't think it calls out the GitHub Actions here. It doesn't. I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to spot weld that in here, and we're going to get in and show you how to configure GitHub Actions for these in just a moment. But I do need to thank our sponsors. I do need to let them know that I really appreciate their contributions to today's session. Let me bring up their logos again. Huge thanks to all of these folks that have been helping us out. Dev Express, Growth Acceleration Partners, Iron Software, Sync Fusion, Progress Telerik, and of course Particular Software. Big help from those folks getting the message out, spreading the word about today's event. And I do have a message. There it goes. I do have a message that I want to make sure that I share, we're going to go to our friends from Growth Acceleration Partners and learn a little bit about some of the things they're doing to help folks modernize applications and use AI responsibly in their projects as they grow and help folks in their consulting business. We'll be right back. Hey there, I'm Jeff Fritz, and in this video we're exploring how the engineering teams at Growth Acceleration Partners are using AI to supercharge software development, helping their clients ship better products faster. At Gap, AI isn't just a buzzword. It's a set of real, practical tools embedded into every phase of the engineering lifecycle. From requirements to release, from testing to tuning, from boilerplate to brilliance. Our teams use AI to eliminate repetitive tasks, surface hidden issues, and accelerate delivery, all without sacrificing quality. We've integrated responsible AI into our engineering culture. That means deterministic AI where outcomes must be predictable and testable, as well as generative AI for drafting test cases, writing documentation, and creating starter code. Always human in the loop for validation and quality control. Because great software isn't just fast, it's trusted, secure, and scalable. We've seen project timelines shrink by 30 to 40%, QA cycles tighten, and developer experiences improve, all thanks to the smart use of AI in daily workflows. This isn't future talk, this is Gap engineering today. If you want to work with an engineering team that's not just using AI, but using it responsibly and effectively, let's talk. Visit www.growthaccelerationpartners.com to learn more. Gap Engineers, powered by AI, backed by experience. Oh, man. Big thanks to our friends at Growth Acceleration Partners. They have been a huge help in us getting not just the notifications out there for folks, but getting this off the ground, getting this organized, and really pulling together some of the content that we're talking about. So a huge thanks to our friends over there that have been such a big help. Thank you. There's a couple questions over here. Why didn't they flow through? Let me go to this question from Ryan. Everything we're doing in Aspire is to make local development easier, right? This isn't yet relevant to running, deploying in test production environments. That's what we're about to do. We're about to deploy to production. It's very relevant. The things that we've been doing to make to configure and add metrics and add various capabilities for orchestration are important for designing and laying out and managing your application locally. Absolutely. They're going to help you when it comes time to deploy to production space. Absolutely, they're going to help you when you get to that production space. Additionally, when you're there we go. Additionally, the various bits of telemetry that it helps you configure, they flow through, and that telemetry is available in production. The service discovery capabilities that .NET Aspire helps you configure, you can use in production space by just following and deploying and copying the same the same environment variables that need to be configured and deployed. It's really easy to do, and we're going to see one of the tools that helps you with that, AZD, the Azure Developer Command Line, and we're going to add that into the mix in just a few minutes here. There are new tools that are coming along that are going to be added, that are going to make that even easier to deploy with Kubernetes, with Docker Compose. There was a project that was being run called Aspire. That's being merged in and improved and added into our collection of .NET Aspire tools that are going to be called publishers. That feature is in a preview right now. It's still coming together. Some of the stuff that's in there is it is maturing, and the API is definitely in flux. But we expect to have a solid story around publishers and generating and working with generating your Kubernetes configuration, generating your Docker Compose files, so that you can publish to wherever it is you may want your containers, your applications to work. So, Scott writes, I'm catching up. Sorry to mention something from 10 minutes back. That's okay. I imagine using Postgres for dev and SQL for other environments. Would that be an option as well? You could, but I would question the process of having two different databases in the two environments that are supposed to mimic each other, right? SQL Server that runs as part of the containers, as part of Aspire, is just a smaller version of the big cloud-sized enterprise-grade massive Microsoft SQL Server. It's just a scaled-down version of it so that it'll run in a container easily. So, it's a big container. It's a big container, but you should get the exact same features and capabilities. And I would encourage you to use the same product going from one environment to the next. Changing vendors may have unexpected results, right? You don't have stored procedures in Postgres, but you're going to want to run stored procedures in SQL Server in production. Well, now you're running different code in different places, and it starts to get a little tricky. Eric with a question here. I'm happy to take that one because this is a common question we get, and there's a great answer for this. The AZD tool is for building and working with Azure. Is there anything to work with deploying to AWS? Yes, there are AWS integrations that you can bring into your .NET Aspire project that will help you to use their CDK to define the topology, reference their services, and deploy not automatically, but deploy and carry that architecture through to AWS. Those are available. The folks at Amazon have instructions, libraries available for you. The NuGet packages are available on NuGet.org. I'm a Microsoft guy, so I'm going to lean in and show the Azure capabilities. So glad I could answer that question. Everybody's welcome to build and extend and add their own integrations to work with this, that, and the other service out there. Absolutely. And everything that you see with Aspire is not just open source, but is built on standards. And you're going to see that, and I hope you've seen, it's easy to extend and add other capabilities too. How you doing there, Otto? Welcome. I didn't show you, you can reference and specify any container that you want to start. Like if there's a container on Docker that you want to start, you can add that into your Aspire app host and say, go run this container, and it will start and run that container. I did a video a couple weeks ago where I set up and started a Minecraft server inside of .NET Aspire. Like, that's a thing. You can do that. That might be important for somebody who's writing Minecraft server software. Okay, terrific. So that's the containers mean anything can be loaded in there. And you can use Docker files also, right there. You can use Docker files to point to, and Aspire will start up the Docker file and manage the state of that container. Yep. Napalm wants to see Terraform as an output option at some point. Sure. It's not a priority for the .NET team, because the internal first party customers don't use Terraform. We've got Bicep, we've got Azure, so they build and run and use those things. If there are folks in the community that want to build and manage and grow Terraform publishers, the team will encourage and answer questions and support them, but it's not in the cards for something that the team is going to work on right now. So, yep. So we're going to start talking about deploying and how we can get this thing out and running on the big Microsoft Azure cloud. Mastrup asks, can you use Docker in Windows Subsystem for Linux instead of Docker Desktop Podman? Sure, absolutely. It's just a Docker runtime. It should be able to discover and connect to it and work with it. Yep. So, okay. This is when I start to slow down in the workshop. Right? We're at hour 6. And this is when I start to slow down. Because I've been talking for 6 hours. I've gotten up, I've walked around, I've gotten something to eat. You didn't see that part. And I start to hit the wall. That's okay. We're going to get through this. We're going to dive into just a couple more items here. Okay. Keeping an eye on things. We've been denied a mukbang. No. One more song. Yeah, right? Find a good one. Not that. Not that. Here we go. There we go. All right. Let's talk about deploying to Azure and Azure Container Apps. We're going to go over to the code. All right. Full screen code. Here we go. There we go. Well, I will share the link to this module for those of you that are watching live. There's the link in chat for this bit of documentation that we're going to walk through together here. If you're watching the recording, there's a link to the documentation just below in the YouTube description. You can click into that, and this is module 9 that we're going to. We skipped 8. This is 9. And we're going to talk about deploying. All right. It's been a great learning day. Thank you, Pine Dax. Appreciate it. Let me, let's talk about this. You can deploy, of course, you can right-click and deploy from Visual Studio. Open the Solution Explorer, right-click and say Publish, and it's going to give you the option, Azure Container Apps with .NET Aspire. Yay! Done. All right, we're done this module. Let's head back over to the chat, and we're going to talk about the next the next sponsor. No, there's a lot more to it than that. You can set up the subscription, locations, and that's it. It's literally right-click. Where do you want to publish this? What's the name of the resource group? Boom, done. That's it in Visual Studio. But I'm not going to show you how to do it in Visual Studio because it's literally 3 screenshots. Let's do it with the Azure Developer Command Line tool, because the Command Line tool is going to set you up for publishing from your continuous integration system. So let's do this. I think I have AZD installed and available locally. So let's confirm that. AZD, right? You out there? I need it to do an upgrade. That's fine. Let's get an upgrade into the mix here. I am flying without a net because I'm going to do an upgrade without testing this. I have AZD installed as an admin, so I'm just going to run winget AZD upgrade. Winget upgrade Microsoft AZD. Here we go. Do the update. It's doing the install. You can see it over here. Yay. Progress bar. Look. And done. Fantastic. Run AZD one more time, and here we go. First thing I need to do in this folder, let's go up to the root of the folder. I'm going to run AZD init. And this is going to initialize the application in this folder, set it up so that we're ready to deploy. So go ahead and scan the current directory because the project is in this folder. Scan it, figure it out, and let's get ready to publish. While it's okay, it found it. Terrific. Yeah. So select an option. Yes. This is a .NET Aspire project, and here's where the app host is configured. Yes. Confirm and continue. What would you like to call your environment name? Let's call this Fritz Weather App. All right. So it generates a YAML file. YAML. And a series of next steps in a markdown document. Let's take a look at that markdown document so we can learn a little bit more about what's going on here. It's right down there. So, next steps, what was added? Billing and troubleshooting. Just run AZD up to provision the infrastructure to Azure in one step. Done. Or you can run it as two steps, AZD provision and then AZD to deploy to do the two steps separately. To configure the pipeline, you can run AZD pipeline config and specify an environment name, and it will configure the deployment pipeline to connect securely to Azure for that deployment. You have multiple environments that you can manage with the AZD env command that you can tinker around with, take a look at, and do more with that. Cool. If you have GitHub Actions, when you do the pipeline config, select GitHub Actions. It's going to set up an Azure Dev YAML file, set and configure the actions for your GitHub repository. If you want to deploy with Azure DevOps pipelines, that's the other request that a lot of folks have. Hey, I want to deploy with DevOps. Cool. There is an option here that will get you set up. What the tool did was it described your infrastructure and the application in that Azure YAML file. Okay. File contains a single service which references project's app host. When needed, AZD generates required infrastructure as code in memory and uses that. You can save that to disk with the AZD infragen command. It used to be infrasynth, but it's infragen now. That's the production quality version of that command. And that creates a series of bicep files that describe the Azure services that you're going to set up and use. It sets up a series of templates that you can use to deploy. Billing, there's a place that you can visit to get all the information about your current spend. There's some troubleshooting there at the end. Let's do it. Let's go through and do this. So we did our AZD init. I could do AZD up and deploy this all in one shot. Let's give that the old college try. And it should prompt me for some of the Azure location information to send to. So let's see what it does. Walk through this. Thank you, Ramten. I really appreciate the kind words. You've been enjoying the day. I think we're going to go through maybe one or two of these additional modules, and we will wrap it up so that we're not staying too much longer. There we go. Select an Azure subscription to use. Wow. I didn't think I selected that, but whatever. That's fine. Select a region, and it's going to initialize the provider and get ready and deploy. So there's my location, there's the subscription, and it's going to kick through and start generating them. Now, it does have a standard here that it puts an RG dash in front of the resource group name, just to make that resource group name unique, because some of the other services are going to have that similar name set up and deployed out there. And you're going to start to see some of these other, let me zoom in a little bit, some of these other services it's configuring. A container registry that's going to manage the Docker containers for the things we're building and deploying. Log analytics workspace. A storage account so that those containers have somewhere to persist data. And it's setting up the container apps environment, which is basically a really big Kubernetes configuration in the sky. Where's the Kool-Aid? You're thirsty? Yeah, Nick, I get it. Eric asks, what happens when your app grows? You add extra projects. Do you do AZD init again? Or is there another command to update the deployment files? When you do, so in here, it mentions AZD up provisions the infrastructure and deploys in one step. If you separate it out into two steps, AZD provision and AZD deploy, when you're not updating your architecture, you didn't add another project, you're not changing where things are located out there, you can just run AZD deploy and it will package and deploy just your changed code. But if you don't know, right, if you're running as part of a continuous integration process, you don't necessarily know that a new service needs to be stood up and managed. If you run AZD provision, it will, and things are already provisioned out there on Azure, it'll skip right through that. It'll see that the things are out there, and it'll compare and make sure that what's out there is what it desires, and it'll skip right through and do a no up. It does that comparison first, and then it'll do AZD deploy. So, but AZD up should do all of those steps in one shot. I like to break it out into the two individual steps in my continuous integration process so that you can see the provision step took longer this time because it added a new set of containers. It added a new whatever it might be, right? So, Warcaster asks, is that AKS, Automatis, or ACA? This is setting up for ACA. It's setting up for ACA, right? It's going to run as Azure Container Apps, which ends up being a really cost-effective way to do this, to run your app, because you're only going to pay for as much as your app processes and has to handle. So the more that your app handles, the more that you pay. There is no upper end on the amount of processor that you use. You can set up budgets on it so that it doesn't use tons and tons. You can set up a maximum size that it'll scale out your containers. You can set up a minimum size so that, hey, always run at least 2 instances of these containers. That's something that you can configure. Don't never run more than 5 instances of these containers. Cool, we can do that too. Now, I didn't configure any of these features as Azure services. I configured them, the Redis and Postgres, as containers, as emulated services. So this isn't going to stand up a Postgres database for Azure. a Redis cache for Azure. It's not going to stand those up. There are other integrations that you can set up that will allow you to deploy more appropriately to those existing platform-wide services to use instead of deploying another container. Deploying these as containers, deploying Postgres and Redis as containers, generally I consider a bad idea because you're going to get a much more cost-effective solution and the ability to scale easier by using the managed services on the platform. So, yeah, ACA has its good items and its bad items. So it deployed the service API, and here's where it's located. Notice it's API.internal. It's an internal application, and that the service called cache, right? I mentioned it's deploying Redis as a container. Well, there's where the Redis container is. The Postgres container, there's where the Postgres container is. It's internal. There is no external egress. Now it's deploying the web service, and we'll see that it has a full domain name. Right? Web.jollygrass, blah, 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 blah. And it also activated the Aspire dashboard for me so that I can use the same dashboard in production, right? So if I click through to that website, here it is, going to web jollygrass, blah, 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 blah. That should start up and get connected. If I go back over here and we look at this Aspire dashboard. Yeah, it wants me to sign into Azure to access that. Oh, and I got to use a pass key for this. And enter my PIN. There we go. Yes, I'm confirming sign in. There we go. And now, there's the Aspire dashboard running in Azure. You can turn this off if you want to. You don't have to run it out there, but you can see all the things running out there. You don't have a stop button on the container apps that are out here, right? That's not a thing. So there's the cache running. The Postgres database is activating still, but I can click in here and I should be able to see the website, even though it can't get to the data. No, it's not going to get to the database, and it's going to error out and say, "Oh, I wasn't able to get there." Yeah, that's not going to work. It didn't mount the database volume correctly. That's fine. I should have deployed that as a as the Azure service anyway. Continuing here. Let me see this. There we go. All right. So there's a question. Come on now. Let me go to this question from Nicholas. How do you replace the Jollygrass blah blah blah, the made up name here? How do you make that into an A record? So on Azure, there is a custom domains entry on the dashboard on Azure that you can fill out and work with. There is also, like, the bicep files that it generates have those names in it. I thought... No, I don't have the Azure bits installed here. Yeah, it's not going to let me. There is a command that you can pass in here, and I'm forgetting what it is off the top of my head because it doesn't get into it here. Aspire set custom domain name, I believe is the name of the article. Configure custom domain. Yep. Container app extensions. So, yeah. That's the custom resource URL, customize endpoint URL. Yeah. No, that's not the one I want locally. It's, that's the issue that we work through on building it. And yeah, custom domain name and certificate. Where is it? You have to add the certificate yourself. But that's Azure Container Apps Docs. No. There is, yeah, with custom domains, I thought was how they wanted to do this. No, it's the same one I went back to. What I've done to get this working is I've generated, right? Not .NET. AZD infra gen, and I've customized it. Configure custom domain. Yeah. Thank you. Right. Ooh, boy. Oh, well, it's running, that's why. And this is in the Aspire hosting package. Go NuGet. Yeah, this one. This is running in the background. Need to be an app host. Go ahead, add that. There it goes. And yeah, it's not AKS under the covers. It is a subset of Kubernetes under the covers that we don't have direct access to. So you're telling me that that's a thing. But I need to configure it as a container app. With publish as Azure Container App. Yeah. I thought I needed... Right, it's like Aspire... Ew. I thought it was this one. Aspire hosting Azure. Failed to restore. Get rid of the version. No. I'm getting bit by the extra configuration that I have available. Let me back that out. Uh, 931. Change these to... Yeah. Let me try .NET Restore again. That should work now. Yeah. Good. Back over here. Right. Web dot. It's not there. It's not there. Yeah. What am I missing? There's something, and this is one of the publisher things. Yeah, thanks. Honestly, I would rather infra-gen and customize the bicep directly. The publisher capabilities are they're not quite there yet, and I mean, I'm fumbling around trying to find these things, and it's just not in the right place here. Semicolon expected. What are you talking about? Right, because I'm trying to do that thing. Do it again. Really? What did I miss? Web extensions 18. Do it again. There we go. So it generates all of the bicep, and bicep is not the easiest, friendliest thing to read and spelunk through. The Azure YAML points to app host. We saw it mention that earlier. But here's the infra about how to run all these things. And passwords, Postgres, how it's going to connect up all these things. Right? All the various resources. The one that we're most interested in is inside the app host folder, and it's web. See here the ingress? There are two commands that you need to add to that to specify the custom domain. I think it's custom domain and then certificate. Yeah, it's not going to help me with that. I can show you if I open another one here and we bring up Aspirify. It is right. There it is. Yeah, open that up. So I wrote this a long time ago, like more than a year ago, and it still builds and deploys just great. Up here in my app host, there it is, Aspirify Web App Host. Infra, Web, there it is. So there's my custom domains and specifying, here's the ID of the certificate. So you have to deploy a certificate. You deploy it once, add the certificate, add the domain names, copy down that information about the domain name and the certificate that was deployed, and you paste them in here, and it will have those for deployment every time. It is the publisher story, and this is why I say it's not, the publisher feature isn't quite ready, but this is your way to do it automatically. And I have several websites that I build and deploy using this technique, and it works great. So, takes a little bit of time to get that nailed down correctly, but once you have it, it's rock solid. Works great. All right. Kylek with a question here. Would it make sense to build an entire ecosystem with one app host, or utilize one app host per solution? Depends on the scope of the things that are working together that you need to make sure are aware of each other, right? If there is a segment of that solution that you're building, that system that you're building and deploying, that operates entirely on its own, do that. And then go build and deploy and put that other thing out somewhere else on its own. But if those things are all related, try to do them all in one app host. You might be surprised what you find and learn in there. I mentioned about doing the Aspire hosting for Postgres. Where is it? Like, if we wanted to turn around and do that. Oh, come on. Aspire hosting Azure Postgres. There it is. So this integration is going to set up and allow you to define the Postgres interactions. So there is instructions here to configure Azure provisioning for local development. So if you want to work locally but use a database running out on Azure, you can do this. I'm not a fan. I'd rather use the container running locally and do something like this when I'm ready to deploy, right? So we mentioned about putting some if statements in here, right? So WeatherDB is an iResource Builder Postgres database, right? So iResource Builder Postgres database resource. Yep. And let's call this WeatherDB. Get rid of that. Right. So if builder execution context is run mode, do that. Otherwise, yep, I know. Yeah. So there's that, and I'll make this WeatherDB. Don't need to do that. Now, that is an Aspire hosting Azure. Azure. Ugh. Yeah. So now we need to put a little bit of flexibility into our extension there, right? If we just make this an iResource builder, it wants a type. So there's ways to do this. Let me put a pin in this and come back to it later. Figure this out and get it into the docs. But I would set it up this way so that it deploys an Azure Postgres flexible server instead of a container that's running all my things out there. Let me clean up what it did deploy as part of the workshop. I'm going to go do that. And that was right, RG something. Right, where'd it go? Just to get that all cleaned up. See, there it is, building the connection string. Resource group location. Various parameters to pass in. Where's the resource group? RG dash, yeah. Where'd it go? I don't see it. Right, I thought there was, and it deployed container registries out there, and it put a container image in that registry. I don't see this resource group name. It's RG dash something, and I'm gonna look it up on my Azure portal real quick, off screen, just so I'm not doxing myself. Have a good one, Napalm. Thank you so much. If two services use the same database, is there a way to coordinate migration? So debug. That gets a little dicey. You're going to want only one item that deploys at a time there. So be very careful with that. Be very, very careful with that. There's the resource group name. RG Fritz Weather app. Delete that. Cool. All right. The last bit of that was, hey, I want to configure my really? Really? Yes, I want to perform that. Come on now. I was just looking at this thing. When you build in demo on Azure, there's a lot of stuff that just kind of lurks out there. Yeah, it's right here. I'm looking right at it. You're not going to let me delete the resource group? Cool. There it goes. All right. Moving on. If I wanted to set up that at the pipeline, right? Azure pipeline config. No, AZD pipeline config. My bad. these are things that I do once and I just forget about it, right? I want to put this one on GitHub. It's going to set up a GitHub connection, and it'll prompt you for what it should do for the actions along the way. So it's going to create an Azure Dev YAML file. Contains a basic workflow. Sure, go ahead and add that for me. How do you want to connect to Azure? Sure, federated user identity. Yes, create a new user identity. Always create new identities to connect and work back and forth between these, because you don't want to reuse identities across these things. Make it crystal clear that each application system is using different identities to work out there. Where do you want it to run? Sure, East US 2. And give it a resource group. Sure, that's fine. And it's going to go create those identities. Don't reuse passwords. That's right. Don't reuse identities either. It's going to assign roles, but I want to show you the... Yeah, go ahead. The script that it wrote, which is actually going to be up a couple folders. No, I don't want to run that. We're going to go up a little bit more. Yeah, run VS Code here. And in the GitHub folder, workflows, Azure Dev YAML. Oh, come on, close that thing. Right? It automatically sets up all the things for you so that it checks out your code, make sure AZD is installed, make sure that .NET is set up. Customize this, choose the version you're using. Log in with Azure, and then we saw provision and deploy. Do it as 2 steps so you can see the steps happen. So provision, deploy. I like to add extra steps in here after it's been generated. I like to go and add, after setup, run my tests. I'll add a step here to run .NET test to make sure my unit tests pass before it goes and deploys. And I'm trying to get to a point where not only do I run .NET test for my unit tests, but I want to run .NET tests for my Playwright integration tests. Make sure, actually start up this entire Aspire system, run those Playwright tests, make sure that everything works, and deploy. Those gates in front of doing build provision, the provision does a build along the way, and deploy just pushes out that container image. All right. That's all I wanted to cover as part of that step. There's a couple more things in... We mentioned container lifecycle management. We talked about persisting containers using container lifetime persistent. We showed that earlier. And we showed how to change some of the container images, how to work with them, how to set up data volumes. We did that with some of our database configuration. Bind a folder on disk. That's what data bind mount does. We showed how to use that a little bit earlier as well. Set up Redis so it persists, so with a lifetime, and there is some actual extra persistence for Redis that you can configure. How do you give the path to Aspire solution in this YAML? It generates that for you. It generates it for you, and this whole thing, and it will, because it's looking at the YAML that you've added to the project, right? Down here in this Azure YAML, that's where it identifies it and moves along and begins processing. So, yep, you're good. Just connecting the pieces there. Controlling resources from the dashboard. I showed you how to start and stop. Yeah. Metrics with Prometheus and Grafana are not easy to set up, but there is that metric sample out there. The gist of this sample that you need to take away from it in order to use Prometheus and Grafana is in the app host. This open telemetry collector. You need to lift up and move this whole thing into your project until this gets wrapped up as a NuGet package and its own integration. Once that integration is finished and deployed, you don't need to copy these files anymore. But these files have the current correct configuration to set up and deploy and work with Aspire. The packages that are out there on NuGet don't quite work with the TLS configuration correctly. So, all right. Yeah, that's... And then you can bring in .NET with other languages. Some folks were saying that they were using React with a .NET endpoint. Yep, you can do that as well. There's other Azure integrations. I just showed the Postgres integration. You can run this serverless. There's functions that you can set up and run here. I'll let you run through this on your own, but you can add... where is it? You can add a functions app to your Aspire system. Real easy to use. This is fun to work through, but it turns it into a serverless application. The Azure Cosmos DB emulator is available, so you can add that and work locally. So there's a ton in here you can do that is very Azure centric to get you successful. This one I added about introducing custom commands. So for that Redis cache, maybe you want to dump all the values in it. Maybe you want to delete all of it. Truncate the table. Truncate tables is a Postgres thing. You can add a command to go in clear cache and actually execute the flush all command on Redis. Let me copy this in real quick so you can see this working. Because I think there were some questions about how do I extend the dashboard? This is one of those ways. All right. Yeah, add a new file. I don't care what you call it. Paste it in. Yep. So these commands will appear at the end of each bar for the resources on the dashboard. So I want to create a clear cache command that takes in a Redis resource and shows you how to clear that cache. So here's the command and actually getting the database and calling that flush command. You can look at this source code and dig into it a little bit further about that flush. But the important thing here is we're taking that Redis resource and saying with command and providing the name, the display name, and the actual command, the method to execute, as well as some formatting for the button. So a description, a confirmation message, and so on. So I can go back over here. Let me clean that up and kind of roll this back real quick. Right? But up here on the Redis cache, right, with clear command. And run that one, and we'll now get this command added into our set of Redis features. So you can think of, there's possibilities of wanting to be able to configure different states for the application. Hey, you know what? I want to run in a state that looks like what's currently in production. Get a snapshot of data and let's use that to seed the database and work with that information out there. So Yeah. Distributed application started. You're not going to give me the link to that very politely, are you? Because you're going to dump out all this extra information. Thank you. So there's my Redis cache, and you see it's pinned here. But I can go in now, and now I have this clear cache command. Are you sure you want to clear the cache? Yes. And it succeeded. You can see here, it executed that command. The database was saved to disk. Executing command, updated, saved to disk. So all kinds of things that you could do to access APIs inside of an application and tweak and push things, run admin commands to put your application in a specific state from the dashboard. So, CypherWolf asks, are there any anti-threat filters on incoming HTTP traffic when using Azure containers? There are threat filters. There is load balancing and denial of service attack filters that do run out there in front of Azure Container Apps. You can, of course, stand up Azure Front Door and put that in front of Azure Container Apps so that you have an extra layer of security where you will have, right, some of those filters built into Front Door, the Front Door services. But built into Azure Container Apps, I don't think there's anything explicitly built in that's more sophisticated than just denial of service protection. But Front Door is where you're going to get those capabilities. And Front Door you can add on to Azure Container Apps. I think there's a button somewhere in there that says Add Front Door, and it adds, the ability to do content delivery network as well is in that Azure Front Door capability. So Cloudflare is available to use as well, and you can get that dialed in. So, yeah, you can create some HTTP commands for API integration. Yeah, you want to do some invalidation of API cache. Cool, easy to reach out and interact with. I'll let you walk through the rest of this. Those icons come out of the Fluent UI icons set for the commands. So there are tons of icons out here. Oh, I didn't want that. I wanted the catalog. Yeah, here it is. Right. Oh, there they are. So you can use any one of these icon names for your command, for your command's icon name, and it will use that icon on the Aspire dashboard. So, kind of convenient. At the same time, a little bit lame that you're stuck with an icon from this set, right? There's paging down there. Yeah. But not bad, and it kind of stays within the Aspire dashboard themes. So, other command patterns here, error handling, logging that you can do with the commands. Database migration command. This is one that I've had folks ask about. You can absolutely have it go run migrations for you. I think it's a little bit more sophisticated than just that, but there are ways that you can make that work. So I've put in run unit tests against this and had those as commands, so you could click and say run unit test for this project, and it just runs .NET test in the background. So finally, I think we're ending with health checks here. So we already had health checks that we saw as part of the system, but what if you actually want to see the user interface that presents health check information? So let me add health checks to ensure that URIs are accessible. We can add that to make sure we can get to the National Weather Service. So let me open this up, And inside the API project, right, I'll add a package reference that allows us to health check other web addresses. And I'm going to do the same check on the website so I can check to make sure that I can get to the API, right? So inside this project, I'll add another package reference right there. And now actually adding additional health checks inside of the various projects here, the two projects. Inside Program CS, I'm going to builder add services, add health checks, and point to that National Weather Service API endpoint. So here, right, I'll just add right there. So add a URL group to check API weather gov, and that's the National Weather Service API. I need a using statement. If you can get there, if you can't get there, health status is unhealthy. And you need to configure that HTTP client by setting some request headers, right? The National Weather Service insists you have some request headers to connect to them. And I'm going to do the same thing over in the weather website, but slightly simpler. Up in here. Another. There we go. So we're going to add a URL group to go to the API service. And actually, it's not API, is it? Because we changed the name of it. So it needs to be the same name. Like that. And we're going to make sure that it can get to the weather microservice. Need to make sure you map the default endpoints. We did that earlier. And if we want to add additional health check endpoints, yep, that's a thing. The default health check implementation is in extension CS, and it's pretty straightforward. There's a /health location that will write out, and we're gonna update these. It doesn't do all of that, does it? That doesn't make sense what it said. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, let's update this just a little bit here, so that it reports a little bit more detail for us. So, yep, using system text JSON. Yes, it does. There we go. Cool. So that's going to write out some JSON format for both the health, alive endpoints. So let me show you. Right, customizing the health checks here gives you now more insight into the health of what's actually happening inside there. And you're going to see those other services that we wired up by saying add Redis, add Postgres, they're wired into the health checks automatically as well. Where do you see this? So now when I go to the website, right? Website's going to load. There it is. And if I go to /health, it's not showing me what I thought it was going to. Come on, Fritz. What did I do wrong? If it is development, turn that around. I want to see all the things. Here we go. Oops, wrong one. So dashboard reloads, yes. Now when we look at this, there we go. Now I'm getting, right, there are other services that roll up in the health check for the website. These are happening behind the scenes, but it was only outputting the information healthy. Healthy is handy for somebody at an executive level to look and say, okay, the entire website is healthy, that's fine. But what's the website actually connecting to? Can it get to the weather microservice? Yes, healthy. And it took 411 milliseconds. The weather context to connect to the database, yep, that's healthy too, 17 milliseconds. And checking itself, are you running out there? Yes. And it took, 89 microseconds. So there's more that's going on under the covers of these things that it would be convenient to know, right? So, like, the API here, that's Open API. Yeah, I don't want to look at that. I want to look at the health of this. Health, thank you. There we go. So, can it get to the National Weather Service? Yep, 740 milliseconds. Can it get to Redis? And it comes back and reports to me, yes, we can get to Redis, and so on and so forth. So, that's great that it's doing that check to make sure that it can connect and work with those. In chat, Chris Tabor asks, are the health checks using resilience, and do you want them to? I don't know if they are. That's a great question. They're hiding inside of things like add npg SQL db context. And if we decompile and look at the source of that, right, when it adds it, right, where is it? It adds the health check here at some point. Come here, you. Yeah. Try add health check right there. Add DB context health check for that location. And the DB context health check does not use the resilience. So that's the health check that you want to use to connect to a database. So the health check builder, which is a standard thing here, right? The application builder, triad health check, and we add a DB context check to it. So that is a standard thing that is available in ASP.NET for anybody to use. But that does not use resilience to get to those things. So, good question. Now, the last piece of this module that I want to touch on as we wrap up here, I want to show you how to add the health checks UI. This is a little bit trickier to add, but I'm going to add this into service defaults. There's a little bit of code we need to update to get this working properly. So this is a part of service defaults, the health checks UI client. And we need to map default endpoints for the health checks. So in extensions, update map default endpoints to immediately return the new implementation from the health checks class. Okay. So back into, where was it? Extensions? Right? Oh, darn it. Right, it's suggesting do that. Right? The map default endpoints to immediately return the new implementation. Where'd it go? Map default endpoints. Where is that? Oh. There's two files that I left out there and just said, copy these in. So, and these have all the configurations of the bits that you need for this. I'll real quick grab them and copy them in, because there's a lot of configuration to be done here that, quite frankly, you don't want to do. It's easier to just paste these things in and let it configure. And it's setting up and looking for the health checks UI to pass information back to. So a calling API to pass information to. The other part of this is where'd it go? Nope, that's it. App host health checks UI resource. Oh, it's in app host. Yeah, there it is. This one. So this is defining another resource that's going to do give you a user interface to work with. So check this out. Right? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I've already got a foo in there? What's that one? Fine. And I'll paste in this one. So this is defining a new resource that will use the Zabrel UI to present. And there's a whole bunch of configuration in here that knows how to hook and interact with the various services. That's a discussion for another time, all the things that go in there. You can analyze and read that code. It's not too bad to do. That's custom commands. Did I? No. I thought it was in... Where did I do it? Health checks. The two websites need to be able to use an SSL redirect. That's kind of annoying. But this is once again part of those things that, yeah, security, I get it. I get it. So paste that one in there, and up here in the API, wrong place. There we go. Finally, the health checks UI resource. Yes, here we go. Back over in app host. Check this out. Right? Once again, this is just extending the capabilities that are in there. So add a health checks UI resource for the web, for the API. Connect to and listen for those things. So it's easy to write classes that wrap a container and provide capabilities for that container to be orchestrated and included in your .NET Aspire system. So refresh the dashboard. And here to look at this health checks UI. This is starting right here. And oh no. Really? Do I have something hard-coded? I think this might not work. Yeah, there's that SSL connection. Where'd it go? Give me those instructions again for the SSL. Update the line, use HTTPS redirection to that instead. So they're still in there. I didn't. That's what I get for not reading. Right? Get rid of that. And same thing over here. One more time and we'll move on with this. Shift Hot with a question here. Why do people choose to use VS Code over Visual Studio for .NET development? It's a flexibility thing. Lighter weight editor. Don't need all the profiling, debugging capabilities. Runs cross-platform on all the things. So there's a number of reasons to do it. And the health checks UI. Right? It's right there. Waiting for the resources and... come on. I know you're there. Yo. Right, that's working. Come on now. We saw you even when that was down. Restart that. Come on, this is my big finish. I want to be able to show, hey, all these things work. There it is. So there's the two resources that I told in that last fury of coding here. In app host, I said add health checks UI and listen to, add a reference to the web, add a reference to the API. It grabbed both of those, and what I had seen in that JSON block is now broken out here, and we can see it's getting and monitoring every few seconds up there and telling me, yes, these are healthy, these are working out there. And when I stop something like, let's stop the Redis cache, right? So the Redis cache is stopping. We should see an update here when it's no longer able to reach the Redis cache, right? Redis is still stopping. It's exited. My health checks UI here should say, I can't get to it no more. So this refreshes every 10 seconds. Come on. Right? And there we go. Right? Stack Exchange Redis, unhealthy. Message timed out. Trying to connect to the cache. So services aren't available. So it says, I'm not in good shape. Right? Real easy to see and work with. It didn't work because I had the wrong port for the health check UI? No, I didn't. It doesn't, the health check UI doesn't know how to work with SSL. Is what's going on there. Which ends up being a port issue, but even with the port, it doesn't know exactly how to work with. It doesn't put the HTTPS in front. So that's the big finish. We covered a ton, right? We have been through so much here. .NET Aspire is an amazing stack of frameworks and tools and libraries that you can stitch together to make your development process easier. There's tools that are going to help you deploy. They're improving, and we're going to get this publishers feature that's going to make it even easier for you to define, here's how we publish our application, where to publish it, and some of the configuration that goes with that. That's coming in the next 2 releases. But until then, you can run AZD at the command line. There's an AWS series of libraries that will help you work with their cloud development kit and deploy there. Additionally, there's nothing that's really different inside of these libraries that have been added to your project from what you were doing before. Just pass along environment variables in the specified ways and using the format that you saw on the dashboard, and you can deploy and run in any environment. I've wanted to do a demo where I deploy this to a Raspberry Pi Kubernetes cluster and show that, hey, it deploys, it works great over there, and it's easy to use. That's coming as the publisher's feature gets done here. So, you're very welcome, friends. Yeah, Pelin, I am spent. It has been a massive day. We covered so much. But before we call it the end of the day, I need to be able to go and share with you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Dee Dee, with a screenshot. Let me open that up in the paint.net because I like paint.net. There should be a version of this for senior developers called fingerpaint.net. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's a thing. We've got some more winners of our swag bags. Right? It's called a swag bag, but it's a collection of gift cards. Big thanks to, once again, to our sponsors for helping out, promoting, getting the word out about this event. I can't thank them enough, and I really appreciate that they've extended some prizes and the raffle to you out there so that you get a little bit for being part of this. So let me share that list of swag bag winners. You shall be contacted over the next week or so, including the folks that won swag bags from our last workshop on last Friday. Big thanks to the folks at Progress Telerik, DevExpress, Iron Software, Sync Fusion, Particular Software, and especially Growth Acceleration Partners. Big congratulations to our swag bag winners there. Wow, I'm gonna have a good time trying to pronounce these. Steve Vasquez, Abby Guayambade, Benjamin Sampica, Armine Bell, Tina Sung, Yuri Kolbanayak, is it Gilles de Bordeaux, Paolo Quimbo, Aram Yalsin, and Jimmy Leonard. Congratulations, you're our raffle winners here today. Thank you once again, everybody, for tuning in, for being a part of this. I love delivering these workshops. They're so much fun. They give me an opportunity to test out some content, to get some feedback from you, to have this great conversation where we learn more about those features, those capabilities, and make sure that it really lands and hits home and is helpful to you out there. I have a Discord server. If you want to reach out, you want to discuss more, because you're going to go and start working with these and tinker with your projects, maybe over the weekend, maybe on Monday when you get back to the office, and you're going to have thoughts, ideas, and considerations that you want to take a look at and discuss further. Check out, join the Discord. You can find a link to it. Do we have the Discord server? I have a link somewhere out here. There is a link on the front of my Twitch channel. I want to grab that real quick. And I can share that out because I don't have the Discord command working right now. Where is it? Discord. There we go. Copy that link. And I will share that. Oh, yeah, it is what I thought it was. Discord, C#Fritz.com should get you right in there. That's all for today. It has been quite the journey. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Like I said, a lot of fun doing these. If you want to hang out, you want to write more code with us, you want to learn more, you want to be a part of this type of developer talk radio where we're doing some educational things, we're tinkering, we're learning together. Tuesdays and Thursdays every week, you can find me on this channel, on YouTube, on Twitch. I am on the C#Fritz channel on both of those locations. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Big thank you to our friend Dee Dee Walsh out there and Code with Sean, thank you for helping out with moderating throughout the event. Really appreciate your help. I see folks saying trying .NET for the first time. Have a great time with it. There are packages out there, integrations that'll streamline you getting your Python, your Node applications, your Rust applications, your Go applications, all running with .NET Aspire. All right? Give it a try. There's some great stuff out there. Tell your friends, tell your families. Tell the folks on Reddit how much you enjoyed and learned so much about .NET Aspire. Dee Dee's right. Stay tuned. Keep an eye on the mailing list. We're going to have some more great coding events coming up. We've got .NET Conf coming up in November. And we've got some more ideas for events that we're going to plan and run in the weeks and months following. All right. For some of you that have been watching in Europe, it is a late evening. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great rest of your day, wherever you might be. As always, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. What? We got to send the Twitch people on a raid? All right, let's get them in a raid. We've got to do a raid here real quick. You know what? I'm going to send you over to Adam Learns Live. Here we go. Have a good one, friends. I will see you next time.